Evening and good morning in the faraway British Isles and different parts of Europe that you're still in the morning. Some of yous towards the eastern parts are probably midday by now. But anyway, here we are. Sorry for being a bit late. 8 minutes. Just sorting out laundry. So I've been running around. Anyway, got it sorted, hung up, and done. Hi, how are you, Priscilla? Nice to have you here. Yes, I started to ferment meat with miso and natto and improve my microbiome. I'm craving and enjoying them. Do you think it's a good idea? I'm having some raw kefir, kombucha. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I would try to limit some of the plant-based type fermented stuff, but you know, they will help in the long run in that regard because you will get beneficial bacteria. I mean, look, plants are not food. They got a lot of anti-nutrients, but once they're fermented, the anti-nutrient content goes down quite a bit, but you're getting a lot of fiber and all that. Yeah, that can have some effect on absorption of foods. So if you as long as you don't overdo it and you sort of treat it like a separate, like a snack or stuff like that, you consume it in that way. The plant types, yeah, not an, I don't consider it like a grievous issue. Yes. Anyway, I'll be sending Ted to collect your card. Richard, how are you, mate? Recommended kefir and also Ruteri, formerly Lactobacillus, and you can over ferment the kefir until it splits and turns quite sour if you wish to reduce lactose further. That's true. That is true. It's good stuff, that. Good thoughts. I'll talk about the glasses. I forgot the glasses. I forgot the glasses. I forgot the glasses. G'day, Jonathan. Dropping the standards, Richard. Dropping the standards. He's just running around trying to get my coffee done and trying to do all these things. I'm just, what time is it? Oh, shit. Yeah. Like a chook with his head cut off. Yep. Just a note, you may wish to prefix a question with a Q. That's true. Good point. Good point. Oops. Don't. Oh, damn. It's StreamYard and it's little. I will move on my own. Paul. Pavel. Q. Okay, that's a new question thing. Okay, 3. Do I have to answer it 3 times? Thanks, Tom. Unexpected coffee morning. Appreciate it. They'll get a couple of coffees. How many days to water fast for an immune system reset? 3 days. In one of your videos, you said 3 days. Yep, minimum. Yep. Look, every 3 days you should take a B complex. Every 3 days, because you still need the cofactors. And usually they stay in circulation. Look, some do stay longer. I mean, like, P5P or B6 can stay up to 30 days. That's why it can bioaccumulate if you're taking it every day. Not a good idea. So there can be variations, but every 3, if you do, because normally people will do, anywhere from 3 to 5, maybe 6 days or a week, then obviously a good idea is you shouldn't do it on a regular basis either, but doing it periodically, it's a nice reset. And every 3 days, take a B complex. And I would also consume something like Evian water because it's got quite a lot of trace minerals, and that'll save you some money from buying trace minerals. So that's the way I'd do it in that regard. But don't go crazy on the amount of days. It's not a very healthy thing to do, Pavel. Thanks, Dom. Appreciate it. They'll buy a couple of coffees, quality coffees, not the instant crap that I'm at. Well, it's not one of the worst instant ones, but it's not like Nescafe or stuff like that. The stuff that I'm drinking, it's Moccona type, but it's one of the better varieties. I do have also an espresso version as well, so it's not too bad, but it's definitely not barista quality. Let's be honest. You've got to pay for that. Shortly, I won't have to pay for it on the weekends. So my brother should be back in the beginning of May, selling coffee in Salamanca. So then I'll be walking with his partner, and so we'll be going down and getting free coffees from him. So that'll be nice. But yeah. What is it? Actually, what am I saying? Yeah, that's right. 2 more weeks, yeah. Not this coming Saturday, the next one. Losing my reference. Angel, how are you? Hi, Harry. Just came back from Greece. We went there for 3 days. Such a nice experience. Oh, I'm happy you had a good time. Yeah, the islands are really nice. The islands are really nice. I am a bit biased. My brother-in-law comes from one of the islands in the Aegean, and that's where my younger sister's family pretty much resides. And it's a nice island. Don't get me wrong; it's really nice, picturesque. It's really nice. But if you go to the west coast, the islands there are broken off from the land. You can go slightly inland, and you'll find vegetation like on the mainland. You'll find these river systems and waterfalls and all sorts of things you won't find on the Aegean Islands. And the sort of environment, it's like you're on an island, but it's like being on mainland Greece and sort of having some semi sort of mountainous type conditions in a sense. So it's it's different. It's different. It's got far more vegetation, where the islands in the Aegean are more rocky. They don't have a lot of vegetation. It's a bit different. Yeah. But I'm biased, but I do come from the West Coast. So, as my sister would say, you're biased like Dad. Fine. I'm biased like Dad. So, it's what I get from family. What do you expect? Okay. Oh, Richard's jumping into the thing. He's buying me coffee as well. Okay. Thank you, Thank you, Richard. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Is that based on the current exchange rate? I don't even know what the current exchange rate between our two countries at the moment. I've got no idea. Yes. We've got the Pacific peso, and we've got the Atlantic, the Antarctic peso over on this end. It's quite a bit of money printing in Australia and New Zealand. over over the COVID period and all that. So yeah, Australia didn't have as high a sort of a debt when it got into. It still isn't, it's below 100%. It's still much lower than other countries, but they used to have much lower. Australia used to have a much lower debt because we had good terms of trade, especially with China selling a lot of raw materials and closing down our economy to the way we did. And God, what can one say? Oh, fair enough. Is that how bad the exchange rate now is? Okay. Oh, that's probably because we're selling more minerals and oil and gas to the to people outside the country, so we're making a bit of more dosh in trade. Probably the reason. Yes. The future commodity world. Yes, the war between the bankers, the green lords of the US banking and Western elites against the petro lords of the East. I know who I'd be putting my betting money against. Stefan, long time no see. Thank you. Hank Pink waving face. Move back to Switzerland from Colombia. So on this stream again. Okay, so I remember you going to Colombia for a period of time. So yes, Stefan actually was the one that actually reminded me. Said, "Aren't you going to do?" I was going to leave it for next week, the live stream, and I go, "I'm not doing anything on Monday. I flexed off. I'm at home. I'm not doing anything." Said, "Oh bugger, why not?" So you have Stefan to thank for me deciding to do it this week and not bother doing it next week. So it would have been a much longer time not seen. What if we have to get up before the sun is out and you set artificial lights and screens are too bright first thing? So what do then? Wear blue blocking glass until the sun rises. I actually do. I actually put these on in the morning if the sun hasn't come up yet or it's not coming up yet. It's still dark outside. I actually put them on. I'm not kidding you. I do. So, which keeps me a bit drowsy for a while, but I don't want to derange my signaling. I want to basically allow the body. People don't realize that when I do this video, I'm going to do a video because I have to, because there's a lot of things that it's a complicated entanglement about the gut, about the stomach acidity, why people on the carnivore diet. It's not. I do talk about the gut microbiome being deranged and some people transitioning too fast, but there are a lot of people. That's a lot of younger people that have got less derangements. But when people have got more derangements like gallbladder derangements, stomach derangements, pancreas derangements, and all these sort of things, I've discussed some of the things, but in all separate from each other, just in live streams and all that. I sort of haven't put a comprehensive video together, a proper video to discuss this. And it will actually also include about you remember I actually promised ages ago to do one, all encompassing, like gut reset and talk about every aspect of the nutrients and things and stuff like that. I'm gonna do it at long last. So I'm gonna pull my finger out and do it, and I will cover the circadian component as well. So it is important because sometimes your internal clocks can get out of whack and it can affect you in a number of different ways with insomnia, constipation, diarrhea, and it may have nothing to do. All your organs may be fine. It's just maybe you're more sensitive to circadian rhythms. So there's a lot of different variations, reasons why people have all these funny gut issues and all that. And so I think, yeah, it needs to be covered comprehensively. So I'm not going to do any sciencey stuff. It's going to be plain English, and with some information. I have to make a few like little charts and just with points on them. So I'll have to do all those so we can get through it quickly, because otherwise it'll end up 2 hours. So I'm trying to compress it down to about half an hour, maybe 40 minutes. Good luck. No promises. So, but the idea will be to try and actually cover all these aspects. And so it will make sense why it's important to not blast our eyes early in the morning with blue light, and not a good thing. You do need the red light spectrum as well. It's important. It's sort of it has a modulating effect. It's what the body expects to get those frequencies, so it can go, oh, it's daytime. I better raise cortisol, and cortisol gets raised. Oh, because you haven't eaten yet, so no insulin in the system. Oh, I better actually give this person some glucose and free fatty acids, additional stuff, and put that in the bloodstream, so they've got the energy to get going, so they can go for the hunt. So that's how technically things go, and we have to try and work to put our bodies in sync. We end up with better results long term overall. Anyway, thoughts on EMF with wireless headphones. And look, the problem, as I've said with EMFs, the strength of the actual electromagnetic fields that are actually generated are way smaller. They can range from the megawatts to the gigawatts. We're blasted from the sun, the major electromagnetic sort of emissions that actually are coming through the atmosphere, and in the terawatts. It's massive, and I probably should ask Bart to, because I need to find that the video that he did ages ago, and if he doesn't want to put it on his channel, I'll put it on my channel. And I actually do go right through comprehensively a video that I cover EMFs properly, John. And I actually show that there is, they're actually putting them in proper devices and actually blasting them for hours, and there's no activation of heat shock proteins. That means no oxidative stress whatsoever. So we know quite clearly, and this is actually a controlled experiment. So we've got all this sort of stuff. Now, what's the problem with non-native EMFs, in a sense? The problem is the signaling. We get certain emissions from the sun and certain fields that are generated that actually are interacting with the earth, and that actually modulates a number of circadian clocks in our body. And our melanopsin can detect that photonic energy, and it sort of syncs ourselves to the planet and with these cycles. And it actually affects blood pressure. It affects our energy production. It affects all these things, has major ramifications how our body works and syncs. And that's why non-native EMFs do have the ability to confuse the body, is what it is. And it's not only your headsets and all that. What about the wiring in your home? Those are magnetic fields as well. Some of them can be quite strong, especially some of the old wiring that's poor can actually generate quite a lot of dirty electricity. So it's, so the biggest problem is and also some of the frequencies are in the blue spectrum, green and blue, but in particular the blue ones. And while at night we can actually put these sort of things on to protect the major receptor, which is in the eye, our melanopsin, the concentration is much higher. We do have some melanopsin on our skin and all that. And so we are getting for other internal clocks some, problematic signaling. That's why I've got those lights as well. It's not only this, I've got actually lights in this place And then after I finished here, I usually will turn that off and I'll turn on the red light, and I'll just basically be sitting. I've got a projector. I don't even have a TV anymore. I have a projector. I project stuff on my screen, on the wall, I mean. So, yeah, so to minimize the blue light exposure, which is sort of critical, the way I see it. So it's a question of bringing it down. Now, compared to diet is far more important, but it does have an effect. And so the more we can reduce some of the exposure, some of us are more sensitive than others, but it's not ionizing, so we don't have to worry about that. It's not intense to create oxidative stress. That doesn't happen. But the only thing that does happen is in terms of circadian and signaling. That's where some of the problems lie. And that's why I usually tell people, go out early in the morning as the sun's coming up in order to sync yourself to the planet. And you'll actually notice if you actually just sit in the home and just walk around, you'll be droopy, half asleep, and all that. The moment you get out and you get that signaling, you come alive. That's the cortisol being, the body goes, oh, I know this signal. And then you activate your body. So even then, if you go into the environment in this non-native type environment, the body just says, I know it's morning because you've already told me, you've given me the right signals. Now inside, okay, that, because sometimes, let's say, even in the real world, before, tribal people, they'd walk under, under foliage or under certain things or through things, and the spectrum may change slightly. So the body expects that to some extent, a change of spectrum. And so, but if you don't sync it early in the morning, it's confused. It doesn't know what time it is. So that's the trick. That's why we use that trick employed in order to sync ourselves. We can't escape, unless we go bush, you can't escape the modern world, but you can minimize the derangements that it causes. I would wish we had outside lights that are pretty much like rather than having all these neon lights and all that. In some countries, like the traffic lights, I think, but in parts of Germany, I don't know whether all of Germany, but some people have told me that they have those amber lights, which is exactly like this one above here. It's an amber light. So that plays a big role. So some societies have realized the potential for blue light being a problem. A lot of ophthalmologists now recognize it as a problem and causing eye problems. Some people that are enlightened and are in politics recognize it and start pushing it. So in some regions around the world, they are changing the lighting of their streets, their street lighting for that reason. It depends, but it's a hit and miss. It's not comprehensive, and not all ophthalmologists or people that are involved in eye health are aware of it as well. A lot of them are, but there are some that aren't, that are not up to date. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. So yeah, but I wouldn't worry in terms of it causing any sort of major like health problems of oxidative stress or anything like that. It's more, it will be an indirect effect, but you can actually slightly mitigate it with some steps that you can make yourself. So you're not completely unable to deal with it. Thank you, Channa. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for your support. Okay. Sten Ekberg said that calcium is harder to absorb from pasteurized dairy. Is that true? No. At the end of the day, the only time, remember, there are certain receptor sites that actually take in calcium in the gut, and they are vitamin D. You need vitamin D. If you don't have vitamin D and you're vitamin D deficient, then you cannot absorb as well, the calcium. So that's a prerequisite. Then the level of calcium that is required depends on the genetics. Remember that those people that have got 24% of the population have poor genetics, and they poorly absorb calcium from meat. So they need more calcium, like me, more calcium to consume in order to get to the threshold, because the receptor sites take less. So you need to push more. So it's like an efflux, like, a pressure differential of more going to those sites that actually forces the body to take more of that. So it works a bit different with people that have got those genetics. And so that's how that sort of works. But pasteurized milk, what would that have an effect? It's not going to have a lot of vitamin D. And, if you're already deficient, the vitamin D in the actual pasteurized, the lack of in the raw milk isn't going to make much of a difference until it gets assimilated into your body, goes through all the conversions, and is made available to those cells in those receptors that take it in. So that makes no logic to me. At the end of the day, when your body takes in, it denatures everything in an acidic stomach. It breaks everything down, the fats, and they get further emulsified in the first part of with bile salts when they get into the small intestine. But until then, they get broken down. The proteins get broken down to polypeptides and some amino acids. They get further broken down when they get into the gut. The minerals, also, because of the acidity, get released out of the actual the food matrix, whatever food you're eating, depending on the chelating factors if it's a plant. And then once you've got that sort of release, it gets ionized by the actual the stomach itself, and then so it can then be absorbed by those receptor sites. So I'd say, show me the science. So no. People make a lot of claims, against pasteurized dairy, for a lot of reasons. My sort of view has always been that you will lose vitamin C, you will lose some B vitamins, you will have a reduced amount of lactoferrin. So there's a number of things you reduce. You end up with more macros, and a small reduction in micros. But it depends on which micros, and it's usually the B vitamins, not minerals. So minerals don't get lost from pasteurization. So yeah, I'd say, show me the science. I haven't seen any literature showing me anything like that. I've seen literature showing that you get a reduction in certain things, but definitely not calcium. And what does pasteurization have to do with the absorption of calcium ions is beyond me. Once it actually gets denatured in the actual and broken from the food matrix in the stomach, and then gets ionized, so it has the right ionic charge, so it can actually be taken up by those receptor sites. Has the person actually read any sufficient stuff on the physiology of this sort of stuff, on how calcium is absorbed in the gut? Maybe they haven't. I think this is an old paleo type myth that still persists to this day, and a lot of people still believe it. So, like a lot of like the PUFA stuff that existed for quite some time, and still there are a lot of people that still believe in the animal PUFA being a problem. I've shown you guys with research, good research, that that's not the case. It's nonsense. So, nah. I always, when people say things like that, you should ask him, leave a comment, please provide me the evidence. So you can't claim something without, you have to, if you're going to claim something, you have to have something to back it up. With me, I claim things, but I've got the evidence to back it up. And sometimes people go, well, Harry, and I haven't made the video, and I'll put it on the screen in a live stream if I've got it available. Otherwise, I'll leave something in the comments, or I'll do a video just to make the point. So, I won't say things that I don't have evidence for. So that's why I get a lot of arguments with a lot of people in the carnivore community. I have for a while, on the calcium side and all sorts of things, because I know that these genetics exist and they affect GLP-1, they affect blood sugar, they affect arrhythmias, and they do all these sort of things because I've actually looked at the stuff. But people basically go, oh, you can get all your calcium through meat. Really? Have you really checked the literature properly, thoroughly, and the genetic changes in the last 10,000 years? I bet you haven't for making that claim. A lot of people make claims. I've never made a claim that I can't back up. And otherwise, if I do say something, I'll say it's speculation. I've looked at it, and the likelihood that it's something else, but it's still speculation. And I will tell you that. So, yeah, unfortunately, not everyone will. Oh, yes, our mousy friend. Why, in your opinion, can children already get cancer? It can't be mitochondrial damage yet. Yep, it can be. In the womb, you can get quite a lot of severe. Remember, the mother and the child are connected. If the mother is pre-diabetic, multiple generations of extremely sick people. But there are also some children that can be susceptible to like leukemias and stuff like that. And there is a genetic base for that. And there's also some viruses can actually activate those type of cancers. That means upregulate those oncogenes and affect those, even though there is not that severe mitochondrial damage. And as I've said, viruses can have an effect as well, can cause derangements in both the mitochondria and in the cell. So, and remember, how do viruses do it? What was COVID doing? It was deliberately causing the cell to get to reverse the Krebs cycle into reverse. So it inhibited and actually forced what it does is it pulls from the cytosol, deuterium as a growth factor, and then it drives lactate production. But at the same time, it's also bringing some deuterium in, which has some negative effects. Now, it's not going to cause the damage that, if you're eating high deuterium foods for decades upon decades is going to cause. Okay. But if you've got a weak immune system or a damaged immune system, or you're immune compromised, or have a lot of, you've suffered some, severe damage to your immune system for whatever reason, you're more susceptible because you do need a strong immune system to fight off cancer, or senescence and damaged cells. So now you get a virus, it inhibits your ability to produce the virus. The cell goes, I'm not getting energy. I need energy to survive. It runs that old program where it actually forces the body into fermentation by upregulating oncogenes, even though the mitochondria may not be damaged. This is the actual virus itself inhibiting oxidative phosphorylation and altering some of the functioning of the mitochondria. So that's, so it's not damage to the mitochondria, but manipulation by the virus in order to get its fuel, which is lactate or sugar, because that's what they use. Remember, viruses predate, the oxygenation period. So way back, and have been evolving since then and jumping from one species to another. Yes, fun little things. So yeah, children can get from that, or they can get from severe derangements. Like, we have kids that have got severely damaged pancreases. Why do they end up with diabetes 1? You don't see a tribal person. Again, excessive sugar. Usually the mother, multiple generations with diabetes and stuff like that. So those are the main reasons and some types, but in young people, um, like the papilloma virus and a couple of other viruses that exist that can cause, not in everyone, but in people that are either immunocompromised or have some damage to their immune system for whatever reason, or are not getting sufficient, they're on a poor diet and they're not getting enough sufficient nutrients to maintain a strong enough immune system, or maybe severely depleted in nutrients, and the poor vitamin D status, high immunosenescence over time can compromise them. So there's a lot of ways to get to hell, so to speak. Obviously, in the older generation, it's usually because of the diet. Primarily, deuterium is the major cause for those people. But for, in younger age, it's usually viruses. It's usually certain alterations in signaling and poor immune function, primarily immunosenescence. Anika, good to see you. Begard, yes, I made it. Can I get fat adapted if I eat around 100 grams of carbs each Saturday? I love my homemade pizza. I eat close to 0 carbs the other 6 days. Yeah, you can, but I still think that it's a good idea to sort of give up the actual carbs for a few months in order to really get the body to get used to being proper fat adapted. But yes, you can. It'll just take longer in that regard. Have you actually thought about making a carnivore pizza? There are quite a few recipes out there that people make that don't use a different pizza base. And I'm not talking about they use a base based on like chicken or certain meats, and they actually create a base. It's usually chicken. They'll grate it up. They'll use also cheese. I do actually like a cheese thing one, and I actually will combine with it's like grated meat, some cheese, eggs, and I'll mix it up, and then I'll put it I don't even I've got a pizza tray, but I actually initially put it in to the oven in actually my sort of one of those, what are they called? It's just one of those, trays that are, the tall type trays. It's not a tray. It's one of those larger ones, which have got high sides on them, the sort of tray, those ones. And I usually cook it in that so it doesn't go over, and I'll get a thick crust of that, and then I'll put on top toppings and all that, and I'll re-cook the rest, on a tray. So I'll slip it off onto a tray and do it that way. So there are options. You can do slightly different. Okay, Jenna. Hi, Harry. Have you been dealing with ear sinus infections for months? ENT said, I have calcium oxide stones in my saliva glands. Do you think that may be an oxalate? Pause. It could be. It could be. It sounds like I've heard of something similar, and it was oxalate. Without, absolutely testing for certain, it's hard to say, but it's a possibility. Some people do get. There are some people also get, and it can be due to oxalates, and can be also to calcium deposits that end up in wrong places because of poor signaling in the body. You may not have enough menaquinones, the vitamin K2, and they end up in certain things, and they actually create little calcified nodules inside the sinus. So there's all these sort of, and there are certain things that actually can also cause some within the ear itself, certain types of calcium deposits. So it's, yeah, sometimes people get in the head, like in their scalp. They'll get like oxalates building up with calcium, and really it becomes like a crusty, hard stuff. And so that can be a problem as well. And it's, yeah, that one's a bit. Dermatologists usually they use certain creams. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly what they're called. So there's a bit of that sort of stuff. Yeah, it sounds like it may be something along those lines. Obviously, now we don't want people doing mega doses of B6, but you may need a bit more B6. Stick to about, sort of anything below 25 milligrams. I would say I usually try and get people to get the low dosages, like 10 milligrams, if they can get them, because I don't like high doses, because it does bioaccumulate B6 up to 30 days. So you don't need to take it on, if you're going to get the 25 milligram ones, take it every 3 days, the B6. If you can get smaller dosage ones, you can take it more often, and that will help with dealing with the oxalate, because you do get a depletion of sulfur, so you need a bit more taurine, and it does deplete B6 as well in your body. It's just, one of those, and the thing is that does affect some other biological things, so it can affect your stomach function, a number of other organs, the way they function if they don't have enough B6. So there's other problems that it can actually cause, incidental. Yeah, oxalate's a bit of a problem. I know that you, in the past, were more, you consumed quite a few plants, and so you became more susceptible. I did my keto days, a lot of spinach and stuff like that, so I ended up with a lot of oxalate in my system, and it took me a while to clear out. Obviously, citric acid as well, consider that, diluted in water. When you do use that, always remember not to use it with your main meals. I always say to people, use it separate from your meals, like early in the morning, where you won't be eating for a couple of hours, or a couple of hours after you've eaten. And the reason for that is because the proteins that actually transport metals, different ions of minerals, they're susceptible to too much citric acid, so it can actually cause them to release those ions, and you end up with too many free ions, like iron or whatever else, in your bloodstream, which isn't a good thing. It should either be utilized or be stored in some of these proteins and held to when the body needs it. And so, because we don't want to create additional oxidative stress. So you got to be very careful with when you're dealing with oxalate, because it creates a lot of additional issues. So yeah, I hope that's given you a bit of an idea, some information to cover that. I don't consider myself an expert in oxalate treatment. I know a number of things. There are some people that are in our community that are pretty expert in it. You may consider seeing if you can talk to somebody that actually understands it better. While I dealt with mine, it did take much longer. Those are the things that I used. Maybe some people are better capable of actually dealing with this issue much faster. They may have some additional things that they can recommend to help in clearing it out. It's probably something that I need to look into a bit deeper, because just telling people to take the B6, the taurine, those sort of things in general, sometimes isn't enough. There are specific differences between people and all sorts of things. I think that also it's important to probably take minoquinone 4 as well as a supplement for the calcification in soft tissue. I think also I've said it before that people that have got issues with oxalate, they do, because remember, some of the excess oxalate gets excreted through the bile. So you need a gallbladder that works properly, and also you need sufficient calcium in your diet to bind the stuff so it can actually be removed as a waste product. So there's all those things to consider. But at the same time, there may be some other a bit more advanced protocol that I'm not aware of. So I'm not saying that my protocol is perfect. It's not something that it's just something that I did out of desperation at the time. So I hope it's of some value and it helps you. But don't I'm not saying, I'm saying sort of don't rely 100% on this sort of stuff, because this is the general stuff a lot of us in our community are saying, but there may be other people that have actually dealing with specific types like these sort of conditions, general sort of dumping through the gut or dumping through the skin or dumping through the kidneys, that sort of generalized stuff is what all the stuff that I said that works. But when you've got coming out of your eyes, and you've got, I know with the eyes, it's really important to go very high on taurine, because it creates a lot of oxidative stress. And the thing that actually reduces the oxidative stress of that is taurine in the eye. It's really highly concentrated, and it depletes a lot of it while it's coming out of the eye. So I'm definitely 100% about that one. But when it comes to ears and sinuses and all that, I haven't dealt with any of those. I didn't have those conditions, and nobody else has. So there may be some additional elements that I may be missing on the ears, sinuses stuff. I do know that minoquinone 4 is useful, but it's for calcified little nodules in the nose, in the deep part of the nose and stuff like that, and that helps. But I don't know whether it would help with this condition or not. I can't be 100%, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway. What is the solar noon best for? Vitamin D. Getting that water-soluble vitamin D. That's what it is really good for. So it's good to go out. It also helps sink. So you've synced in the morning, you sink in midday, and you sink in the evening as the sun's going down. So yeah, those 3 times is the times that I get out. Even at work, I make sure that I sink myself midday, sometimes even afternoon tea. I'll go out, I'll walk around the block, come back and get myself a coffee. So yeah, that's the worst thing about an office work, being an office worker. Yeah. Anyway, how many more? 3.5 years to go, something along those lines. Anyway. Okay, there has been a lot of young people in their teens getting, we covered that before. 5 Makona Roy. Expected you to say that. Eric, how are you, mate? As I can't tolerate fridge cold food well, especially dairy, don't you like cold stuff? I started to put everything in the microwave for 30 seconds. Oh, God. Microwaves make things sloppy. You should know that. Just to get to room temperature. Will that harm me long term? Not really. Why would it harm you? All that microwave. Don't stand close to the microwave. Go as far away as possible to avoid the magnetic fields that are emanating from the microwave. I'd definitely do that. So I wouldn't be close to it. The other thing that so all it's doing is it's vibrating the molecules in the water content of the food. And, when you vibrate something, like a pipe that vibrates, gets warm, gets hot, it can actually make the water hot. Same principle. So yeah, but it's not going to kill you. It just makes the food a bit mushy. Do you like mushy food? That's the thing that I don't like about microwaves. They make the food a bit too mushy. Anyway, that's a personal thing of mine. Oh, the exchange rate. Yes. Thank you, Richard. We hiked around the hills of Donegal in Ireland yesterday. Wasn't expecting to take so long. 7 hours, no food, and only 500 mils of water. Sore muscles this morning. That's it. Fair enough. Oh, okay, so a 7-hour walk. That's a pretty long walk. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done a massive walk. I think we actually, let me think about it, what time we left in the morning. I think it was about 10 hours. 10 hours it took us, because we actually went across the main bridge down here, went all the way up the East Durban Highway. Anybody that knows, into Bridgewater, further up that way, cross from there, from the bridge, then came down into the northern suburbs and back into North Hobart. And I can tell you, we were damn exhausted. And my brother, he actually brought some protein bars and had some water. I didn't bring anything. And he goes, "You're not having my water." I did get some of his water, and one of the actual bars, and he said, "You're freaking hopeless, didn't bring anything with you." And I didn't. And after that, we actually got to the northern suburbs. There was a guy out there washing his car, and I just stopped and said, "Can we get some water?" I was thirsty at that stage. Yeah, so yeah, I know the feeling. Uncle Alf, how are you, mate? Hi, Harry. I was thinking of going to Greece in August for vacation. Nice place. Do you have any suggestions on where to go? I would basically, the two areas, I wouldn't spend too much. Look, when I go to Greece, I don't spend too much time in Athens. I don't like Athens, to be honest. Um, okay, I know there'll be haters, subscribers that live in Athens that will hate me. Yeah, fair enough. But I would go to some of the islands on the west coast. Like, there's an island called Zakynthos, and it's to the north, sort of northwest of. It's not very far away, actually. I know what I can do. I can Google Earth and actually show you. That's one way of doing it. God, modern technology. We can do anything in this place. Yes. Why not? Why not? Anyway, what am I doing? Get your act together, boy. Okay. So there's our Google Earth. Okay. Oops. Straighten it up. Oops. Zoom in. Come on, mousey. What is my mouse doing? Okay. So Zakynthos is right here. There's Patra. There's Zakynthos. So if we zoom in, there's Corfu up there. Oh, sorry. Zakynthos is down here. God, I'm losing it. This island here. Oops. This Kefalonia. That's right. That's a nice island as well. So there's this island. So if you, how do you get there? I thought that there's Ithaca, where that island there is where Odysseus, or in the Trojan War, the guy that actually came up with the idea of the Trojan horse. So that's Ithaca. So this is a nice island, Kefalonia, and Zakynthos is a nice island as well. So, but where? I thought they had a direct. You could go directly with a boat from there. I think there still is from Patra. You can come through to here, or you can come to Araxos, which is Araxos is there, I believe. Let's hope I get it right this time. Are you actually a cartographer, Harry? Yep, there it is, Araxos. Thank God I got it right this time. So that's the actual airport there, and so is it going to zoom in anymore? So once you get to that, see there the word Araxos. So once you get to that Araxos National Airport, you'll get on a bus. You'll go to Patra, which is the third biggest city in Greece. And then from there, you'll get on a ferry boat and you'll go to that island. So that's where I come from. This is my region. And you go through here. Agrinho is where I used to live as a youngster. And my father comes from this location up here in the mountains. There's a bridge there. It goes from one province to the other. It's a long distance there to get there. So that's one island, Zakynthos. Then I would go to Kefalonia, which is this island here. And then I would get a domestic flight. Once I got back to Patra, I'd get a domestic flight. You'll fly to Athens. And once you get into Athens, you can either get a ferry boat over to Aegina. Aegina is a really nice island. You don't get a lot of tourists here in Aegina. You get a lot of locals that end up here. It's a really nice laid-back island. It's not so if you don't want anything really touristy, Aegina is the place to go. Salamina has more tourists. So it depends on that. Then you can get come on, go out, you damn thing. That's this is Milos. That's where my sister. That's just the city of Damas, the port. So if you see Milos, and the ferry boat usually comes in here and actually comes right around here and stops here. And my sister lives about here. Well, she did. Now she lives in Melbourne. Her children reside there. One's married, the daughter, and the sons, I don't know. He dumped his previous, or she dumped him, then he dumped her. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. Children, modern children, and their dumping techniques. Anyway, so that now out of these islands, come on out. Naxos would be the best one to go. Don't tell my sister, she'll hate me. But Naxos would be the best one. That one there. And then Thera, this is Santorini down here. Or it's called Thera now, the ancient. We changed it back to Thera, to the ancient. But that's, most people know as Santorini. And if I zoom out, and then I would go down to Rhodes, which is a really beautiful island. Rhodes, it's got a lot of old castles, medieval castles, and all that through here. So that's a really nice place. And if you get a chance, Crete's a beautiful place. If you love archaeology, Crete is definitely the place to be in terms of archaeological stuff in that regard. So, yeah, there's some islands on the eastern part as well. that you could consider. But if I was going, I'd go to Naxos, Thera, Rhodes, Zakynthos, and Kefalonia. They would be my picks. And Aegina, if I was, well, yeah. Salamina's not a nice place, but it's there's too much activity there. It's not. This is laid back. Salamina is also, there's the military base there as well. There's a lot of infrastructure. It's partly tourist, partly not, partly industrial. So Aegina is a much nicer island. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Those sort of areas. Nafplio is a really nice place. So if you're on mainland Greece, Nafplio is a really nice place. Down here, Corinth, it's okay, unless you're going to see ruins. Otherwise, Nafplio is got a different. It's got all these little nightclubs and restaurants and all that close to the actual water. So it's really nice. I enjoyed this area, Nafplio. On the west coast, before you go to the islands, there is this area here. Where's Olympia? So where the Olympic Games were, between the different Greek city-state participants. And there is a beach here, Kayafa. I'm trying to remember. It's a long time since I was young. Where is Kayafa? Are you going to zoom in? I think it was further south, wasn't it? Definitely closer to Olympia. It's a long time. Need to get my bearings right. Birgos is who was he? The guy that actually went to the Trojan War, who was from Birgos. I can't remember. And they say classical education, and I can't even remember some of the stuff. Yes, I can't exactly remember exactly the location. It's called Kayafa. So anyway, if you're in that region, consider it. It is a really nice beach. Anyway, we can get rid of that. Gone. And back to my comments and find my spot and all that. Thanks, Jonathan. I'm saving for a new laptop. Every little help. That's true. It does. Oh, thanks, Alex. How did you know? It's called the Serpanos Memorial. The Greek god. Actually, on the work server, one of the IT guys, he's got me down. I'm down as the Greek god. So when my work comes up, people go, "Who the hell's that?" It's Harry. Yes, those rascals. And and everybody's has to put up their exchange rates. Obviously, Dom's is better. Martin. Hey, Harry, what are the best animal sources of vitamin K? And is it something to even worry about? Look, if you're the majority of us, let me just pile back. We all need some vitamin K. Okay. But we make a big fuss about it. If somebody's completely healthy, like let's say somebody grew up ancestrally from birth to death, the requirements for vitamin K2 and vitamin K1, the stuff in the meat is more than sufficient. Getting a bit from some organ meats is more than enough. And some from some fish and stuff like that, more than enough. But we don't live in a world like that. And so, because we don't live in a world like that, we tend to have far more calcium derangements throughout our body. And as a consequence, we tend to use K, especially K2, to try and fix that over time to sort of force more of it into our bones away from our soft tissue. So that's why we supplement. We don't supplement because we need it for general health. We need some, but there's more than enough in the animal fats and stuff like that. Obviously, dairy is going to be one of the better sources. Organ meats and dairy are going to be the best sources in the animal diet. And most people just use dairy because they're getting things like vitamin D. They're getting the menaquinones, the different menaquinones of K2. They're getting some K1 for clotting purposes. Since they're not eating plants, they need that because otherwise you'd have to eat some organ meats to get the K1. And they're also getting the calcium, and some people need it more than others. So, in that regard. Neil. But do put the cue so I know exactly what, hold on. I'm looking at my coffee. Anyway. Do you recommend to someone who really wants to eat some fruit to eat it together with fat in order to raise blood sugar too fast, but won't that activate the Randall cycle even more? The only time people, when they ask me, they say, look, I've been on a plant-based diet. I've really lost a lot of my fat stores. I've really got very low fat stores, which isn't healthy when you've got really low. I've done, severe cut as a bodybuilder. How do I restore it back without actually making myself sick or harming myself with deuterium and stuff like that? And then I usually say, well, consider having a lot of, like berries, which are lower in deuterium, like berries, like, you're going to get the fructose there with quite a lot of fat, a bit excess fat, to force a low-grade Randall cycle to put on a bit of adiposity, like some of our tribal people do nowadays, because the animals are leaner, because we're not in a glacial period where they were fatter, and they didn't need to do that, let alone those plants didn't even exist under those sort of circumstances. And most of the modern fruit is all hybridized anyway. It's not even natural in a sense that what exists in a naturalistic environment that most tribal people have access to. But it won't raise blood sugar too much because there's, you've got half fructose, half. It depends what fruit you're eating. Obviously, bananas are going to have more more glucose than fructose, and it's really the glucose that actually raises. The fructose may not raise as much because it actually goes through a different pathway and gets converted, like alcohol in the liver, to fat. So it doesn't actually have as strong an insulin effect in terms, and the only time that fructose will be converted back to glucose, is when you can't tap into fat stores for whatever reason, and you've got slightly more circulating glucose than you need. Slightly more fructose circulating than you need, and the body will convert that rather than into fat. It'll convert it into glucose. So the body, has the ability to do that. It'll sense what substrates of energy, from food mass circulating, and then it will take those different types of macronutrients and convert them in the way it needs, depending on a whole lot of hormonal things that are at play at any one time. So yeah, it will vary. Whether you activate the Randall cycle with it depends on whether you actually have excess energy or not, and whether you want to, because there's a reason to build up some adiposity if you're too lean. So there's a whole lot of reasons why you may want to do it. If you're not, why are you bothering? Eating that stuff. If you just want to have seasonal, just to be sociable with others, fine. I'm not your daddy to tell you what to do. So, what you do with yourself is, but as long as you understand what the consequences of anything you do is, really. So yeah, but you can't activate the Randall cycle unless there's excess sugar in the form of glucose primarily, and pretty much fatty acids at the same time. Because what you're going to be getting is, you won't be getting through GLUT4 receptors, you'll be pushing through glucose primarily, and where the fructose will be going to the liver and getting converted to fats or additional glucose if required, or glycogen. So it depends. The body will work out how it's going to use that. It's Ormond. Here we are again. How are you, mate? Good day to you as well. Yes, it is magical. It is magical. And as I said earlier today, I've talked about it in the past, it also creates both water-soluble vitamin D, but also water-soluble cholesterol. Cholesterol sulfate is used, and I've talked about this before, cholesterol sulfate is used to produce, in the skin, vitamin D, which is a water-soluble type. So it doesn't matter how much it actually produces. So if you're out, you can produce anywhere between 10,000 and 20,000 IUs. Because it's water-soluble, any excess you'll just pee out. You won't need to store as much. So there's less competition in that regard with retinol storage in the liver. But if you're getting it from a supplement, that's a different role. That's where you have to sort of make sure you're balancing. You don't take excessive amounts and all that. Especially the only time I recommend people taking a higher dose, like 10,000 IUs, is when they're sick or when there's flu around, just to protect themselves, to sort of, because the immune system is going to respond, give it a bit of help to make sure to prime it up and be ready to deal with it. And usually you avoid having to deal with a respiratory infection under those sort of circumstances. But yes, but it is magical in the way it modulates our body. So even if we go to the stars, out to, we will have to take sunlight with us in some way, artificially replicating it, in order to modulate ourselves if we want to remain healthy. So yes. It doesn't matter. What's that? Fair enough. Fair enough. Thanks. Anyway. Yep. Question. I'm on a typical bad American diet for years, and welcome to the club. We've all been there. Whether it's called it's a westernized diet, whether it's called an American, Australian, or whatever. It's a processed food diet. That's what it is. And want to start incorporating mainly carnivore style diet. What are your chances of transition to be rough and require supplementing betaine, HCl, and all that? I've actually will have, I won't answer it now. I've talked about it there. I've got a whole playlist of digestive issues that cover a lot of this sort of stuff. And I'm also making this week, I'm going to make a video covering this exact thing. And I'm going to cover everything. Because usually I've got on stomach, on gallbladder, on this. I've been promising to do a comprehensive one, tie everything together. I'm doing it this week. I'm going to get it out of the way. I'm doing it. I promise, 90%. Look, I'm going to get it done one way or another. So, and it will cover everything. It'll go into all the details. It'll go into why people get diarrhea on a carnivore diet, why they don't, why they get constipated, what you can do, how you fix this, how you fix that. There'll be no sciencey stuff. I've already covered a lot of that in the other videos. This will be just how do I do it? What nutrients do I need to have? What do I need to supplement? At what stages? It'll be like a step by step how to do do it yourself type thing, sorting out your remember I did promise you're new, you haven't heard, but in the past I did promise a comprehensive do it yourself gut restoration type thing, digestive restoration type thing. So it is coming, and it will cover all these things comprehensively and cover them and all the nutrients that are involved, and and how to sort out and why, how to buffer things and whatever that cause things in the gut, and it'll be so clear. You'll know exactly how things work, and you won't have to worry about. You'll just say, yep, these are my symptoms. I've got this, this, and this. This is what I need to do. So we can sort it out once and for all. It's sometimes I don't know. I usually, because I do leave donations on a few other websites, like there's some of the Orthodox sites and all that. So especially the Jay Dyer, sometimes the other guy with the Logos one, I usually leave him a bit of a donation as well. A few others, and when I do that, I use my PayPal. I've got it linked now, so I'll bring up my PayPal and go directly through there and do it that way. So I use my account, but it goes via PayPal back to. So yeah, so but yeah. So there are options, but they don't use this sort of thing. They use what is it? The oh god, that other site. I can't remember it now off the top of my head. I've brain fog. Must be the lectins in the actual coffee. I'll blame that. Anyway, Up Syndrome, how are you, mate? on the morphic field, complete woo-woo. Sounds like it. Yeah, somebody else mentioned that to me as well, um, and it was there. I went to some Reddit thing, and somebody said there, "Oh, there's no science for this." And I go, "Oh, great," and I left it at that. So, I mean, if there's no science for something, I mean, there may be. I don't know. I didn't really look into it. But I have heard about it, but I haven't looked into it. It's a bit like that electric universe type thing, which is something similar. And that also is foundationally problematic, because if it was the case, I could insulate myself on Earth and then float away. I wouldn't be affected by, because it's not gravity, it's electromagnetism, so the electric universe. So that's an easy way of debunking something like that. With an insulator, you could do the experiment. Anyone could. So, yeah. But I don't know the arguments that they're putting out there. But they're probably worse. Probably even the electric universe one, which was developed by an ex-lawyer or whatever. I think he was ex-lawyer. I think even that is well developed crackpottery. So this one would be, because I've just heard it once, and I haven't found anything to really, they don't even make sense. So it's probably of even lower IQ quality than the other one. Oh, that's right. Stream Labs. That's right. The other one is what those guys use, and that's how I give them a donation. It can help. It can help. Do check I do have a whole comprehensive list. Cucuretzi is pretty good. It's sort of a mix of all the organs and the intestine, which is very high in all the collagen type stuff that actually is important for the gut. The intestines of an animal is exactly the sort of stuff you want for your own intestines. All the nutrients in there are perfectly synergistic. So yeah, something like that is definitely. I think I did put something up. There's a website that I subscribe to called Grill Philosophy. So as in grilling philosophy, and these two guys, they do have some of the Greek videos with cucuretzi and stuff like that. All over the place. I think I will stick that in the chat. There's the one from the Grill Philosophy Cucuretzi. So, and he's got English subs, and he actually shows you exactly all the steps of how to do it. So, for anyone else that also may want to do something like that. But, when you're switching from a carnivore diet, as I said earlier, transition slowly with some plants in there. Go for the lower glycemic ones and the lower oxalate and all that. You don't want to go avoid all the cruciferous, all that shit, the kales and the spinaches and all the oxalate stuff. Avoid all that. Just stick to fermented, gherkins, fermented cucumbers. So that sort of stuff. Things like a bit of zucchini, a bit of the ones that the non-sweet pumpkins, a bit of that, stuff like that, and then slowly reduce it over 3 months as you're transitioning. You allow your gut microbiome. Now there can be other things that can also, if you've got pre-existing issues, can be an issue. So, and in this video that I'm making this week, it'll sort of bring everything together that I've discussed it'll be the last video in the digestive issues series that I've covered all that sort of stuff. Unless there's something that I haven't covered that somebody reminds me, a specific factor, I'll probably move on from that, because I do want to get back to my myths and falsehoods of veganism and carnivore controversies as well, and some of the geopolitics stuff as well, which I've neglected quite a bit. So those, I need to get back to some of that as well. Yep. So, thoughts on slowly incorporating carnivore diet over a few months? Yep. Yeah, what I said earlier. Basically, you anticipated me. Okay, that's uncanny. Yeah. Oh, look, it's a good idea, especially if you've got a lot of. I'm in a cul-de-sac, and so there's not the traffic lights are way down there, and there's buildings in front of me here and all that, and so I don't get light coming through this end or the other end. But also I've got heavy curtains as well that actually block out quite a bit of light coming through as well, even the small amount. So yeah, I would definitely get blackout curtains are a very good idea. Yeah, because especially if you're in the center of a city or close to the main road where there's a lot of the other nice thing about these heavy curtains, these blackout curtains, they'll also reduce the amount of noise coming through, so it'll actually be better for your sleep as well. Some people, it's not practical. There's a whole lot of reasons why or whatever. There's also, getting those covers over your eyes. You can use those as well. That's another option. So I do have a pair that I take with me when I'm on flights or when I'm, overseas in a hotel or whatever, because I can't control my circumstances there. So I'll put them on before I go to bed, sleep. So yeah, there's options. There's always options in that regard. It does take me a couple of days to get used to them, 1 or 2, but then I forget about them. Been carnivore for over a year and take 10 to 11 grams of taurine, choline, lysine, B complex. You probably don't need to be taking B complex for that long, because you should by now have enough nutrition to not need B complex. Pantothenic acid can accumulate, and B6 can accumulate and all that. B6 in excessive accumulation over many years can be a problem. That's why I've always said only 3 months. And unless you're doing something inappropriate like drinking alcohol or whatever and depleting your B vitamins, only then. Pretty much for the gut microbiome with vitamin D was the trick for there. Stick to Cerul's fine, vitamin D, as long as it's only in winter at around 5,000 IUs. You should try and get as much from the sun most of the year round. That's the best way to do it. Some liver fibrosis and inflammation. Any other suggestions? There's also milk thistle is one option, and the other one is R-alpha lipoic acid. So has to have the R, has to be the natural form R, because if it's just lipoic acid or alpha lipoic acid, it can have both the S and the R, which means that it has the synthetic and the actual the natural one. We want just the R version, so it's usually R lipoic acid or R alpha lipoic acid, the way it's actually spelled, and that is actually good for dealing with fibrosis, liver fibrosis, and a lot of oxidative stress in the liver. So that can actually, you do that for about 3 months, 3 to 6 months, and I usually recommend 3 months and then going and testing. I also recommend choline at 2 grams, and the taurine, the level you're doing is fine for dealing with this problem. Milk thistle is the other one as well that you should get. Yeah, it's just my only concern is with the actual B complex, you're not taking it for too long. There can be issues like with B6 accumulation, and that can create a bit of neuropathy, peripheral. So there can be issues with, even though we need it for a lot. If you've got oxalate, yeah, you're probably safe in a sense. But the biggest problem with most complexes, they usually have too much, like 50 milligrams or more of a lot of these things, and that's I truly prefer the ones that are much lower, in the 25 range or less, for the obvious reasons. While they're water soluble, vitamin B6 can stay up to a month in your system. Pantothenic acid can stay for months because it can store. So that can be an issue if you're doing it, for a year. You may end up with low levels of insomnia. So you got to be very careful with that. Yeah, just keep that in mind. I've mentioned it before, but I'm just mentioning it again, just in case people have not heard of insomnia being induced and peripheral neuropathy from B6, even though it is important if you've got oxalates and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you should try and get a lower dose and take it. And sometimes take it every 3rd or 4th day. You don't have to take it every day unless you're consuming alcohol. And why are you? I only do it on when people leave the office or occasionally to be sociable. Okay, Aaron. You can pop your head out of, I don't know what you glass, some glass can be very thin, and it pretty much doesn't really block, probably blocks UVB, a few other things, but some of those frequencies can come through. Like other people in the past used to sit in sunrooms. But if you've got really, like glass, which is thick and it actually blocks a number of frequencies, you could always pull it out and just pop your head out for a couple of minutes, and just sit there gazing for a couple of minutes, and then go back in and get yourself ready for work. So it's always options for anything. Still having sludge problems after years on cannabis. I mean, how much sludge can there be? There's sort of bile ducts. It's unbelievable. So it can't come from there. No, you shouldn't be having that. The only other thing that I can think of is that you may not be. There's 2 other possibilities. It's either the stomach, and you're not producing enough bile for whatever reason, and then you end up with not enough. So you're not getting enough bile flow. You're not getting enough, pancreatic bicarbonates coming out, and then because of the it actually increases the gut motility and actually loosens things up a bit. And it may seem like it's sludge, but it's not sludge. It's actually looseness. And the gut will hold on to more water because it hasn't actually it actually hasn't reduced the alkalinity of the stuff. So yeah, you'll understand once I do this video, I'll cover it properly and you'll understand what I mean. It'll make all sense. So I'll leave it for that to cover it more comprehensively. Does coffee on an empty stomach lower the stomach acid? It technically it shouldn't. It tends to basically slightly I think it may actually increase it slightly. Like there may be some elements in it that have a slightly alkalinizing effect, but it's so mild, it's not going to make much of a difference. Like it's not a massive difference in that regard. So I wouldn't be worried too much about it. But on an empty stomach, probably neither here or there on that front. There's not sufficient to encourage acidity or to prevent acidity. And then it is a plant, and a lot of the plant compounds really don't activate much acidity anyway in the body. That's why you really need animal foods, animal proteins to really encourage the sort of acidity to be produced. So, so if let's say you were to consume something like every day, ate nothing else, I don't know why you would, but let's say you were just consuming something like kosh lettuce every single day, eating kosh lettuce. Obviously, you couldn't live on kosh lettuce forever without starving yourself to death and dying. You'd be wasting away all your fat stores, and then after that, you'd be wasting away all your muscle skeletal structure, like the vegans do on their as Bart would say, the Church of Anorexia Vegana. But you probably have something similar effect. So you would actually get up, your pH would go all the way up to like 3.5. If you're continuously consuming, it won't go up to a ruminant, which can be up to 6 and stuff like that, but it'll go up to about 3.5, 3 to 3.5. So your stomach acidity won't be as high. And actually, that also will create the conditions for overgrowth, for more bacterial overgrowth in your stomach, which isn't a good thing. So that will happen as well. Now, the occasional coffees are going to really cause that on somebody on a carnivore diet. So I wouldn't really worry. So on its own, it's not going to really make much of a difference to your stomach acidity on an empty stomach, and why care? But if you combining it with animal foods, those animal foods will bring the pH down. So they will do it themselves. So that it'll be a sort of a non-issue. But it depends what you're eating, really. It's the volume of stuff that you're eating, whether it encourages or not. Stefan gone, is he? See you, mate. Okay. You got to go. Probably has work to do. Fair enough. Yes, it is, after all, a work day. So I do appreciate everyone who is here. So thank you for being here. Got a bit of a crowd. Please hit the like button. Don't forget to do that. Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much my answer. I wouldn't really worry. If one has had DNA tests via 23, how do we find out the results of their sites to do with what you need nutritionally in relations to your ancestry? I have used to do genealogy in the past. If you go to, I have actually made a playlist, and it's called Genetics. And that playlist does have, I think it's the 9th video in that series. because all the other ones have some genetic information like MTHFR, lactose, all these sort of different things that people talk about, the calcium stuff and whatever else. So it's got videos in there that cover all that sort of stuff. Now, there is the 9th one actually shows a couple of websites where you can go and upload your information, and it actually punch out a whole lot of genes on methylation, on detox. So what's your ability to detox and what's your methylation status? So it can be quite informative to know whether you're a slow, fast methylator, a slow, fast detoxer, what's your detox capacity and all that. So, yeah. So it covers a lot of that sort of stuff, and it can be quite useful. And then some of the stuff, the key stuff that I cover as well in some of those videos that I show some research. Yes, please. Yes, do hit that like button. Yes, hit it, jump on it, sit on it. I don't know, whatever floats your boat. Aaron, I remember either you or Bart mentioning a drug that makes you feel sick from smoking, Zyban. That's what it's called. It was me. Do you perhaps know the name of this drug? Zyban. So that's pretty much it. See, the Kiwis have actually got the medication on their website, the PDF, not the Australian site. So that is what it is. That's from the New Zealand MedSafe that provide the information on this tablet. This is the Zyban one that I used. So it reduces those symptoms of withdrawal. So if you read through it, it just says, the motherhood statements, that it's prescribed by a medical doctor. So it has to be a doctor. You can't but get it over the counter. It'll just say that it sort of reduces the withdrawal symptoms from smoking. And they'll tell you that it's not the same as nicotine replacement therapy, because that's a different thing, because it's acting on the craving parts of the brain. So really, that sort of the sort of dopamine pathways to some extent. And what it does also is it really, when you really don't, enjoy smoking, it's sort of, you feel, it's a bit off. There are some people that it doesn't seem to affect them that way. The majority it does, but some people it does, and it's much harder. And some of them then have to go on to nicotine replacement therapy because Zyban just doesn't work for them. It's an antidepressant, so it's not something you want to be taking for too long. It'll give you an absolute high. You'll be like, now I know what druggies are like. And you can't sleep. It really interferes with your sleep. I had to go out late at night. Me and my brother would go out and walk for hours until we were so exhausted. We got back home and were able to sleep. So we were hitting the pavement every bloody night for weeks doing that, and we're on an absolute friggin' high. Energy. I mean, keto diet, forget it. This is next level motivation. So, and obviously because we, it's not as if either one of us had depression. So you can imagine if you're not depressed and you're on an antidepressant to stop your craving for tobacco, you're on a damn high. I mean, it's like being a drug addicted in a sense. You're not losing your marbles or don't know what you're doing and stuff like that. It's just you're real in a high. I mean, you're just bing, wide open, bushy tail, and you're really in a state of go 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 sort of thing. Yes. So yeah, that was the thing that we used. So yeah, quite interesting experience in my life. Quite a few years back. This was 20 years ago that so it's been around for some time. It had just come out at the time. Yeah, typical, trusting the system back then when I was in my mid-30s and taking it. Probably now I would have thought twice about it, whether I would take it or not. Well, probably for a short-term period, it's not probably going to be destructive, but I'd still be a bit on the wary. Anyway, okay, hello. If you took Polyger's cat fourth generation to reverse defect derangements, how long would it take for humans to get back to normal? Probably the same amount. Maybe more, maybe less. Hard to say. Obviously, Polyger's cats was an extreme experiment because cats do not produce endogenously from methionine and cysteine their own taurine. So it was these cats were taurine deficient, and that's why they got very, very sick. Humans are able to produce taurine endogenously from methionine and cysteine, and that's the reason why we do not suffer the same consequences. It takes longer generations, so longer to do the damage, and so more generations, probably 6 generations. So we've still got a number of generations to go before we get to that level, So we're starting to see now, because we're in the 3rd or 4th generation, depending on the person when they're born, from which generation and which society. I think it's probably we're 3rd. Most people are 3rd, the young people. There may be a couple that are coming out as a 4th generation, but it probably takes about 6 for humans, because one, we're more robust and we've got a number of systems that allow us to produce from other precursors certain things that we need. So it takes us to get that, unless everybody goes vegan, which is just not sustainable. 85% people just after less than 5 years revert back to a sad diet or some mixed diet or whatever. They just can't, or end up carnivore, low carb, or whatever else, because it's just not sustainable. But these cats were deliberately fed in a certain way for all their life. So obviously, these derangements are a consequence of, no variation. But it would be the equivalent of having, for humans, putting humans on a carnivore, on a vegan diet over multiple generations. You probably wouldn't even get past 1 generation with a vegan diet. Maybe 1 generation, 2nd generation, you'd forget it. People on a vegan diet, even in the 1st generation, struggle to basically conceive, let alone 2nd or 3rd or 4th or whatever. So, but if you're to find, the only equivalent would be to genetically alter humans not to be able to produce endogenous taurine, and then they would end up over 4 generations exactly like the Pottinger's cat, because they wouldn't be getting enough from cooked meat. Where humans don't have that problem, because even though, yes, when you cook meat, it does reduce slightly, you get a bit of loss of taurine. You also have a lot of methionine and cysteine you can actually convert into taurine in the body. So it's less of a problem. It's usually people that are not eating enough animal foods that don't get enough methionine and cysteine. They have methionine and cysteine poor diets, because they're eating plants mostly that are very poor in protein. It also, these plants have a lot of protease inhibitors, inhibiting the breakdown of proteins, of foreign proteins, to be absorbed as amino acids to be used as building blocks in the body. And so usually these things end up in the toilet together with all their fiber, which is the reason why these people start having certain health problems. But even they have some endogenous capacity. Cats don't. It's also even with cancer, because taurine plays a very important role, has an apoptotic and anti-cancer effect in the body, and also improves the immune system, which can fight cancer. So plays a big role there. I've done a whole cancer series. I cover a lot of this sort of stuff. I'm not going to discuss it here. But again, that's another reason why we can cope a bit better. So saw recently Harry linked quite a lot of interesting videos in the community page, just in case others aren't aware of it. Yes, I do, Aaron, do put a number on a number of different matters, some geopolitics, some stuff about, the crazy world we're living in, and some of the agendas that are being pushed by the elites of our green overlords, and their crazy agendas on genders and many other things. So yeah, there's a lot of things out there that, crazy stuff that is happening. But these transhumanists do want to upload themselves to the AI, so they need to basically first destroy what exists and the moral fiber of the West and families and religion and everything else under the sun, and then they can legislatively get the politicians to rubber stamp transhumanism. So this is just the early stages of changing the way we think in society, so they can push the ultimate agenda, which is transhumanism. They want to basically become little gods. These wealthy people, they've got so much money. Money's not good enough. They want to become gods on earth. So yes, the arrogance of these people. As Elon Musk said, when he talked to Larry, the guy from Google, he told him, "Are you a species?" And Elon realized this guy, and these guys are developing this technology. Say no more. So it is very concerning, and we all should be concerned, because problem is that a lot of us, middle class people, are sort of, until we had health problems, until I had no idea about any of this anyway. I'm just sort of a regular, what are they? The old saying that they say, meat and potatoes guy. And then all of a sudden I have this problem. I do a deep dive because of, find out, that how we were tricked to believing certain foods were good for us and all that. And then you realize how many other things, how deep does that deception go? But you have to be careful you don't fall into crackpot sort of notions and stuff like that. These people have been doing it since the pharaohs. Nothing new here. They want to become gods as pharaohs. Now they want to become gods in the AI. These people, when people have too much power, too much wealth and all, it goes to their head. They think they are special. They are philosopher kings, as Plato would say. And then they start controlling the political establishment, their financial system, and trying to push their agendas. And that's the danger, because usually we, the common people, are the ones that suffer the lunacy that they're forcing on the rest of us. So yeah, people should go and check some of that sort of stuff, get informed and all that, pass it around to your families, because there's a lot of crazy stuff out there. And it's getting crazier by the moment, unfortunately. And you'll actually understand a lot of things, Anyway, let's move on. Dr. Shafi often mentions that our ancestors were taller with bigger brains. Yes, they were. But have they really found taller skeletons, us humans today? I've never heard about it. Yeah, look, we do have. Cro-Magnon man, for instance, had 10% bigger cranial capacity. So these are the early Homo sapiens. So what we call modern humans today, because Homo sapiens are all part of the same genus. So the earlier Homo were like Cro-Magnon man had 10% bigger brain capacity. And then what we call the modern person today is Homo sapiens sapien, to differentiate between earlier Homo sapiens. So that's why you'll hear even Bart saying Homo sapiens sapien. It means the last final version of the Homo sapien lineage or genus, or sorry, lineage, because the homogeneous, that's which Homo erectus and all the other ones, and then the actual, that sort of final group, if you want to call it whatever you want to call it, lineage is the Homo sapiens sapien, which has 10% smaller. And that didn't start with agriculture. That started with the end of glaciation, as we started moving away from a glacial period when animals had fatter, more, they were bigger and fatter. So we used to get more protein and we used to get more energy from fat. So as the interglacial period started receding, the animals started becoming smaller. There was more competition because human population exploded. There was bigger competition for those foods. Plus, at the same time, the animals became leaner and moved faster as well. So they had less fat, they were leaner, and they moved faster on the terrain. That is the reason why the Neanderthals died out, because they were stockier and they used to go up to big animals with spears and sort of go around them and force themselves with a lot of strength, and used to stick these spears in them. That's how they used to kill them. But they weren't midday persistent hunters like Homo sapiens from Africa were. So Homo sapiens sapiens were, or Homo sapiens in general, were midday persistent hunters and could walk and run quite some distance after animals. So they had that. They could sprint for the final kill, and they could move over vast different distances and all that, because they had greater fat storages and lean and much lighter frames compared to Neanderthals. So that's, so as a consequence of that change in the environment, we started seeing this reduction in brain size by 10%. And that was due primarily to the leaning out of those animals. So the way humans then were only able to get some adiposity on themselves to get some additional fat was to basically engage the Randall cycle, basically eat some seasonal fruit with a lot of fat, because at the end of the actual summer, beginning of autumn type months, that period, the animals are fatter, they're fattened up, and there's more things like fruit around. You combine the two together, you engage the Randall cycle, and you fatten up yourself because you slightly inflame yourself and put yourself into, a growth state. But it's only seasonal, so it doesn't kill you, and it doesn't harm you long term. And you put on some adiposity, and that basically provides you with sufficient energy for the leaner months through winter. So that's how our ancestors survived once they moved out of that. And because you've got less energy now, the animals are leaner, they don't have as much fat on them. And since we've got less energy capacity to consume, because remember, if you're eating only animal fats and only protein, you're only spiking slightly your insulin, and then it comes down. So for most of the day, insulin is down to a much lower state of, with the insulin to glucagon of 1.3. At, remember, fasting is only 0.8, and eating potato diet on itself is a 4-to-1, a glucagon to an insulin to glucagon ratio. So you can actually see eating just steak keeps your insulin quite lower. You only have a bit of signaling for muscle protein synthesis and other things. So you're in a state that if you're not eating, you are burning your own body fat because you're in a low-grade ketotic state, like most tribal people are. So if you don't have sufficient fat stores, you're in trouble. And if you have now an environment where the animals have become smaller, what happens? Well, those animals becoming smaller and having less adiposity, you have got less fat to eat from them to put into your fat store. So when you eat excess fat as well, beyond the energy needs, because people just used to sit down and gorge, they killed this animal, just gorged and gorged and gorged. They had very low acidity, very low pH, very high acidity, super high acidity, like battery acid, and they would just basically dissolve all this and just consume it, and what they didn't use, they stored it because they're not everyday successful. That's how we lived. But when you're not eating, you're accessing because hormone sensitive lipase is elevated because insulin is down. It's only when you add carbohydrates in that actually changes that whole system and locks out the ability to access body fat. If you're only eating animal foods, that doesn't happen. So when you're not eating, you're using your own fat. Even the stuff, if you eat, let's say, excessive amounts that you don't need, chylomicrons will run around the body, and whatever's not given to the cells, it will go to the adipose tissue, store it there, and then the remnant will go to the liver, get repackaged as VLDL, IDL, LDL, blah, 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 and then it will go back to the adipose tissue, pick up more, and circulate and send more to, to produce more if you're not eating. That's how it's supposed to work. And so these people had sufficient energy to power bigger brains. Then we move from the glacial period into an interglacial period. Oops, the animals are becoming more leaner. And leaner means they can move faster. Humans, Homo sapiens, were the only ones that had that midday persistent hunting. They were less stocky compared to the Neanderthals and Denisovans, Homo erectus, and many others. So they had an advantage. That's why they survived and the other ones died out. But once we moved out of the glacial period with less energy or less, because remember, up until we get supermarkets in the modern world, humans, for most of our history, we've struggled to get enough nutrients in us. We've always been undernourished to some extent. It's only in modern world that's created refined carbohydrates and refined stuff, which we've got excess. That wasn't the reality for most of the time. So what do you think the genetics did? The animals are leaner. We're getting less stuff coming in. So what do? We need to, remember the expensive tissue hypothesis? Bigger brains, smaller guts. Well, when you've got less leaner animals, well, smaller brains, because that's the only other thing you can actually reduce. That's where the 10% went. So that's the complete story of how that actually happened, because, and also the genetic changes in the ApoE also happened about 80-odd thousand and 200-odd thousand years, the two different ones that happened. And again, they were in these interglacial periods, which forced, because for most of the period of existence of the genus Homo, it was pretty much glacial right through. And these sort of two glacial periods that changed and meant that to avoid health problems, we had to move away from ApoE4. I've got a video that covers that. If you go to my chats that I do with Pim Johnson, there's one there that covers the ApoE and it explains it all. Anyway, that part. Basically cheese, meat on top of cheese, meat. How could you go wrong? Exactly. I actually do this. I grate a whole lot of like eggs. I grate a lot of like cheese, mozzarella. I get Italian stuff, really good stuff. And then I've got smoked bacon, nitrate-free smoked bacon from the south. It's all foraging pigs. Oh man, that is, and I just cut it all in and mix it all up, and then in the fry pan, and actually make my own sort of. It's a different. The consistency is, how can you? It's like, it's not your typical, because I only put about an egg, or and beat it and put it in, so it's not really an omelette. It's like it's this cheesy. It's a really cheesy. And I let it. I actually put it on, and then I turn it over, and then I put it in the oven. And because I initially fried in the fry pan, but then I put the actual whole fry pan in the oven, and just beautifully cook it on both sides, and it's really nice. It's decadent, addictive. It's just primarily cheese and all this sort of bacon in it. Sometimes I do it with I'll go and buy like salami and have salami pieces in. Mate, that's just heaven. Anyway, make me hungry. Sick. How are you, mate? Hi, Harry. I hear from most people that too much fat causes loose stools, but for me, when I go high protein and lower fat, this happens. Why is this? For completely different that's a completely different reason. Usually, you need fat to basically provide. It's a bit like rapid starvation. When you're consuming only high protein, some people get this rapid starvation. You may not have enough, not consuming enough protein, and fat, and together with that, also salt. The other issue that people get loose stools with too much, like fats and stuff like that. That's a different reason, and it's the reason that what happens is they haven't got enough alkalizing effect from the bile and the bicarbonates coming out of the pancreas to basically, and then what actually happens is, to protect the colon and the small intestine, the body just floods it with more fluids, and that's what happens. It's really a problematic gallbladder pancreas issue that are not functioning properly that tend to cause this loose stools to for some of these carnivores. And it doesn't matter whether it's high protein, low protein, or whatever in that regard. So, but also if that's not your issue, it could be this sort of like a rapid starvation effect for some people, especially if you're quite lean. You'll get that more than others. There can be a few other issues as well, which are related to the gut microbiome as well. It's not only. So there's a lot of, the video that I'll be making will be comprehensive and cover all these aspects. I'll leave it for that without getting, I've already covered this on multiple times, so you'd have to go back and look at earlier things that I've already said. But, I'll be doing a video covering that comprehensively. So we'll get to the bottom of all that. I am a friend had circulation or lymph circulation. She also always cold and put on weight easily. Could omega-3 or niacin or anything other supplements help her without side effects? What sort of diet is she on? So, that's, if she's not on the right, if she's on a poor diet, that could be an issue in itself in that regard. So, I mean, taurine is really good because it does a number of things that I haven't done a video, but I'll tell you. What taurine does is it actually increases brown adipose tissue, and it also beiges regular. So it actually increases the thermogenic effect. So it actually makes you warmer. I've got people that are on regular standard diets, supplementing taurine and like 4 or 6 grams a day, and they're warm, where on their normal standard diet, they would be cold, and they are warm by taking that because they're increasing. It varies between people based on genetics, but yeah. So yes, it does make. What's Richard say? So I need a female Roy then. LOL, just so that it's not too weird. We're going to have a bit of a talk, you and me. Kiwi humour. So, yeah. So depending on what diet she's on, I don't know. George. Yes, a lithos anesti George. Yeah, chronia pola. He's just greeting me. God has risen. And I said, yes, he has. And may you have many years is what I said in Greek. It's a greeting that we make to each other. Yes, a late one for Easter. It's already passed. But anyway, we do still say it after if we've missed the opportunity. And yeah, so that if she wants to warm up, yeah, that would actually be the best thing, would be taurine. Anything else. Remember, there's also the issues of blood pressure meds, lithium, and all those sort of things. So make sure she's not taking any of those medications, because she would have to have those adjusted, and you'd have to go lower dosages and slowly. But if you get up to about 6 grams, you tend to get quite warm. I can tell you, you do increase your brown adipose and uncoupling effect to some extent, which increases the amount of heat generated in your body. So you actually warm up. So why do you think the Inuit consume a lot of fish? What's the highest source of taurine? That should tell you why they actually consume more fish, because it warms them up. There you go. You just learnt something new. Anyway, let's move on. Elizabeth, good to see you there. Have an opinion on the work of Dr. Sam and Mark Bailey. Never heard of them, regarding viruses. Thank you. Don't even know who they are. If they're arguing that viruses don't exist, I completely and utterly disagree with them. If they're arguing something different, yeah, I may agree with them. I may not agree with them, depending on what they're arguing. But yes, there are little organisms. They have been recorded with both the way, in many cases, things are isolated. You'll basically put a specimen in, then you'll use antibiotics to kill off all the and then there's a number of other substances you can use to kill off other things like protozoa and other organisms. And what you've got left over, then you're looking for key. You have to sequence, so they'll actually put it through. Nowadays, it's very easy. Years ago, it took months to sequence things. Now they've got these sequences which are computer driven, and you can actually sequence things, genetics, DNA, and RNA very quickly. That's how do you think when you send your sample to 23andMe or to these different sites, they actually sequence your DNA? It's the same thing with all these organisms. They can and then when they see similar things, they've already, if they're doing proper research, they will have actually put it under an electron microscope, looked at the morphology, and then compared the genetics, and then said, okay, now we've got the genetics, the RNA, and here we've got basically the, because that's what viruses are. There's a couple of viruses, very large viruses, they're called, that do have like DNA. They're actually very different. Because Generally, viruses are considered not alive, but able to replicate within other organisms. So they are either active or inactive, is the terminology, because we don't have a word for it. It doesn't mean that they're not organic stuff that function. It's with RNA, because RNA is tissue. It's technically speaking, it is a live tissue. It's not dead in that regard. It still has biological activity, so to speak. But when we talk about life, we mean a complete organism that, that's what we mean by life. It may be the wrong terminology, nomenclature, but that's what exists in the English language. In other languages, they don't have that problem. Other languages do have specific words to separate those things, and they call them different things. But unfortunately, in the English language, it is, after all, a mercantile language developed by merchants and people like that, not the most educated people to come up with proper words. And that's why the intellectual classes had to use ancient Greek and ancient Latin words for the scientific terminologies, because the merchants couldn't come up with those sort of things, obviously. Anyway, look, I don't know. Never heard of them. So, but I did want to cover that sort of point. I do not subscribe to those sort of theories because I've looked into that sort of stuff, and it's quite clear that we know exactly how these things work. So I don't need to, because I've looked at all this sort of stuff very thoroughly and know exactly what they are. But obviously, it doesn't mean that the terrain theory or the actual, everything's trying to kill you theory, either right or wrong. They sort of they're both right and wrong. We live in we as an organism, a complex organism, both house a whole lot of other organisms inside us, and at the same time interact with all sorts of organisms in our environment. That's the reality. Some of them, we know what they are. We've sequenced them. Others we don't. Some of them, are benign to us. Don't even they go and infect viruses because they have the same receptor sites they can exploit for the virus. For the bacteria, as an example. Some of them will infect humans, some will infect protozoa, and some will infect viruses or other organisms. So, they're just all out to live and survive and thrive and reproduce in a sense. So now, what came first in the early part of the existence of life on this planet? People argue different things, but I've got, who knows? Is it that important? Will it make a difference to our life? Not really. That's just to be complete, to cover that. But anyway, Scotty, how are you, mate? Yes, I did miss you when you're down here because I didn't get your message until later. And then you were with your family, got earlier. But anyway, there may be another opportunity, or it may be me visiting you rather than the other way around. So it is said that Roman gladiators were mainly on the beans and grains diet. That's true. Well, you want to be on that sort of diet if you're a gladiator, because what you do is you engage the Randall cycle, you build more fat. And so when you get cuts, when you've got more fat and you get a cut in your skin and all that, or in that, you get less severe infections. You're less likely to die from an infection. So that extra fat can actually protect you from small abrasions and small cuts. You can put stuff and that can heal quite well. So, you get a bit of macrophage in that fat and all that, but then it clears out. Where if you get it in your bloodstream, on the other hand, that can kill you. So you're at greater risk so this is why they actually consume that, because it was quite, dangerous. And at the end of the day, they were slaves after all. So why would you feed them top quality food anyway? So those were the real thoughts behind. And we know quite clearly from images, actual, that they were all overweight. They were muscular fat. Yeah. And their survival wasn't very long either. So it wasn't as if they were on this sort of stuff for years. It was so. Yes, exactly, George. Exactly. Yeah. So I've looked into it. That's the reason for it. And look, as I said, you know, having a bit of a protective layer if you were back then is an advantage. Why wouldn't you? So that's true. Modern humans actually are dumber and have some brain shrinkage. The cranial size has also shrunk slightly. And that's true. I agree with Scotty on that. People now consume, if you take a look, and that's the reason for their teeth crowding out. The jawline is narrower, the whole head is narrower, and the brain size has shrunk as well. Again, we're eating more plants, well, the majority of the society, and less animal foods. So yeah, that is true. That has been noted, and also the level of crooked teeth is nearly every child today in the West has crooked teeth. It's really bad. And also their head comes inwards like that. It sort of narrows inwards. This whole thing, there's weaker jawline and everything. It's quite bad. You look at some of the kids today and you go, bloody hell. Some of them were really bad. And that means because of that narrowing that comes in, they have, you've got young kids now that are pretty much their airway is shrunk. So they actually, we're talking about young kids having issues with breathing properly, and stuff like that, or that sort of hyperventilating, or that sort of effect under certain circumstances, or snoring far more than kids in the past. You don't get a tribal child snoring, but you do get Western children actually snoring again because of these issues. It's the diet, pretty much. It's horrendous what we're doing to our kids. Yes, they definitely were disposable. Slaves were entertainment, exactly. Why would you spend top quality food on them? They were there to be killed. And if they survived, well, you survived. Yes. Yep, exactly. Well, some of you people know all this. So good. KL, how are you, mate? Can you get kidney stones from high glycine intake but not eating any oxalate foods? No, you can't. Look, when it comes to oxalate, our bodies do produce some oxalate as a waste product, and it usually gets pushed out, excreted either from the kidneys or from the urine. Sorry, or from the feces via the gallbladder, pushing it out. But we don't generate a lot. It's a small amount, because it's just a waste product from metabolism. But when you add, because we can cope with about 50 milligrams. We can, so a bit from waste product from animal foods plus a bit from plants, a few plants, we can tolerate all that, because it's usually, as long as it's below 50 milligrams, the body can excrete it, and get rid of it. Once it gets above that level, that's when it becomes a problem. So unfortunately, a lot of us have been eating very high, like, when we're people who are vegans, vegetarians, or doing the low carb diet, especially keto, they were doing a lot of spinach and kale. Now, spinach is extremely high. Just a small amount of spinach will give you something like we're talking about now, I think it's about 100 grams of spinach, which is 3.53 ounces, has 775 milligrams of oxalate, which is 15 and a half times. Got it? 15 and a half times what the body can cope with. Where if you look at animal foods, they hardly have got any, like close to zero. Pretty much if you look at any chart on animal food, it's zero. Unless it's got some plant compound, it's usually zero. So, yeah, under those, so it's just a slight waste product that actually is created in the body, but it's so little, you don't really have to worry about it. It's really the plants. That's where the problem lies in terms of oxalate, So even excess glycine, not that I recommend it, because I like eating actual food rather than single amino acids. Taurine is a sulfonic acid with polypeptides. That's not a structural amino acid. It's not used for structural material in the body or for other purposes. It has a different role. We're talking about actual amino acids. It's best to get them from the food, from the flesh of animals, and not as single supplements anyway. But if you're supplementing a bit, it's not going to be the end of the world, and you're not going to generate a horrendous amount where it's going to be a problem. So anyway, so Elliot, who focuses mostly on oxalate, says psyllium husks helps with oxalate dumping. Does fiber bind to oxalate and other toxins and gut to help excrete it out? Now, obviously, psyllium husks do have some chelating factors that can actually bind oxalate, but they do have a whole lot of other anti-nutrients and all that. So it's not something I would recommend. I would recommend consuming slightly more calcium to deal with the binding of oxalate. So that's what I would recommend more in that regard. And obviously the other stuff that I've already mentioned earlier. So your B6 to break it down and whatever. Greece is absolutely beautiful. Hubby and I have taken a few cruises to Santorini, Crete, and Rhodes at different times. There you go. See, I'm getting endorsements. Thanks, Chana. Yes, you should check out the West Coast Islands. Yes, I know I'm biased. I come from there, but anyway, I'm going to be biased. They are very nice. Recently came across an animal-based nootropic that is not synthetic, full of plant toxins. It's called lactium hydrolyzed milk protein alpha casozepine. Should I take it? I don't know enough about it, mate. I can't recommend anything that I don't really know enough about it. I'd have to check it out. I'll check it out and find out about it. But I can't, yeah. If I don't know about something, I just say I don't know, and I don't advise people on things that I don't know. So I'll look into it. Leave me a comment. At the end of this video, leave me a comment so it will remind me to go and look at it and find out exactly, because you're talking about hydrolyzed milk protein. What is that doing to the milk protein or the fatty acids? How is that being processed? How's it affecting all that sort of stuff? So I'd like to know exactly, are they basically just creating some new polypeptide from the protein structures? And that's all it is. Which proteins from the milk are they using to create this new polypeptide? So be interesting. And then see whether there's any active sites on it. And those active sites in what receptor sites do they actually bind in the gut or in the body. So that's how you have to look at these, and then go away and see the pharmacokinetics or the pharmacology, whether there's any information in certain compounds, how they react in the body. So that's what I usually do when somebody gives me something that I've never looked at before. Then I'll go away and check it. And so, yeah. So I can't give you an answer until I've checked it. But do leave me a comment, because sometimes I've got other things that I sort of focus on, and I forget to look at certain things. Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't cause the problem. Any problems with eating only egg yolks aside with meat? Are there any unique nutrients in egg white? Egg white's got more protein. So when you're looking at a complete a total egg, you'll get much higher protein utilization from the egg. But if the egg is not the main source of protein for you, and it's the meat, yolks are fine. In that regard, if you don't like eggs, some people don't like the whites. Fair enough. Yeah, I can't really advise on animals. Dogs seem to do okay with cooked food. Cats, they're an issue. But then again, it may just be with the potages cat thing. All it was the lack of taurine that caused the potages cat thing. So I don't think it was necessarily the cooked meat that caused the problem, or but it was the actual lack of taurine because of the loss of it in the cooking process. So it had very little in comparison, because it was overcooked deliberately. So probably not a problem, but again, this is not advice. I'm not a veterinarian. I don't know enough about the specific physiology in regards to cooked foods. If it was raw, not a problem. Cooked, don't know. Do you have to cook the whites? So anyway, I'll leave that up to you. Probably, if I was going to give a Teddy one of those, if I had a cat and a dog, I'd give it to the dog only, personally. That doesn't mean that it may not be okay for the cat as well. I do know some of my subscribers that have got cats and dogs do give their cats and dogs additional taurine supplementation, and their comments coming back is that their dogs and cats are even healthier than what they were before, way healthier and better. So I can confirm that supplementation, because they also live in our modern environment, which is less healthy compared to the past. They're actually exposed to chemicals, xenoestrogens, and many other things far more, and it seems to help them. So, but again, Pavel, I will leave that up to you. I can't recommend veterinary information since I'm not a veterinary person, and I haven't looked into the literature to say, yes, here's a study, and I can actually confirm, because as I say, when I say something, a pronouncement, I can back it up with research. And most of my videos, when I do them, I show stuff, or if I'm claiming something and somebody challenges me, I've got something to back myself up. I'll never say something that I don't have something to back myself up. I've had a couple of my videos that were pulled up by the YouTubia censor board, and then I basically gave them some of the information. I said, well, this, and this. They looked at it, a human, not an AI, and they had to accept that, yep, I was actually using proper research. I wasn't making up shit, which the AI thought that I was, because the AI was brainwashed with bullshit in it, which is typical of all these AIs now that think that the vegan diet is good. Just crazy stuff. But if you put a garbage ideology in the AI, that's what it will burnt out. Yes, unfortunately. But yeah, so anyway, sorry for going on a tangent and a rant. My life with YouTube here. But yeah, probably if I had a cat and a dog, I'd probably give it to the dog more than the cat. And I'd definitely put in their feed some taurine. It will be beneficial to them, quite, especially the cats. Oops. KL. Animal based on a bit over a year now. No gallbladder sludge episodes. Sorry, I've got to get. It's nearly 9 o'clock. Bloody have to finish this coffee. Waste not, want not. Lukey, hello, mate. Anyway, where were we? However, have I noticed a bit of sludge and lethargy after particularly fatty meat? Any ideas? Wait for my video. I'll cover this perfectly. Okay, Dom. Okay, says go out in the sun when his shadow is longer than his height. What's the logic to that? It's. I suspect if he's talking about summer, is he? He must be talking about summer. He's got to be, you know. What he's trying to avoid is to go out in the sun where he's going to get enough UV for vitamin D, but he's not going to get burnt. So if you're midday, the sun's going to be nearly overhead. And so, but when so go out when his shadow is longer, means it's in earlier than midday or later than midday. When if you're a fair skin, which he is, you can go out for longer hours without getting burnt, and you're still going to get your vitamin D for the day. That's fine. That's fine. If somebody, on the other hand, is an office worker, they should go out midday because they're only going to be out for a half an hour or 20 minutes or whatever. They're not going to get burnt in that, but they're going to get enough vitamin D. So, yeah, it depends on your circumstances. Now, he works from home. He's got plenty of time and all that. And he likes taking his dogs for a walk. And if you're going to take your dogs for a walk, it's going to be a long walk. He's going to be out there for 1 or 2 hours. Obviously, you don't want to be 1 or 2 hours. You know, you see me sometimes, I walk for 2 to 3 hours in the middle of the day and whatever. And my skin is a bit more pinky, you know, but I don't care. I usually take a bit extra, try and get a bit extra retinol. He can't eat eggs. It affects him. Sulfur in the eggs really affecting badly. So he can't get the extra retinol to basically deal with that. And I know he won't touch niacin because it'll, you know, yes, he doesn't want the actual, the effect of niacin, you know what I mean? So I suspect the reason that is, you know, he's getting his vitamin D from that. He's not, I mean, he's got enough retinol for his biological processes, but not enough to possibly deal with the high UV. So where somebody who's dark skinned doesn't have that problem, doesn't need as much retinol because they're out in the, you know, they've got darker pigmentation and they can stay out for longer. So yeah, horses for courses, as they say. You know, it's just different circumstances. For me, I just consume a bit more retinol and go out whenever I like. That's me. But, you know, I don't tell people how to live their lives. You know, everybody's got their own things. Obviously, he believes that it's probably safer to do less damage to your skin as a light-skinned person. You know, I mean, I'm 56. I mean, you guys know what I look like, you know. So, you know, I've still got, my skin's pretty elastic. 57 in a couple of months in September. So I'm not falling apart. My skin isn't sort of being damaged severely, and I, go out in the sun continuously. Look, I'm not, everybody's going to be different, a bit more susceptible potentially. I do have, obviously my ancestry originates in a much warmer climate, so I can protect myself much better. So yes, Aaron, it does. Plus niacin as well. So it's you upregulate collagen degrading enzymes, matrix metalloproteinases, and UV radiation hits the skin, increases MMPs in the skin, especially MMP9 and MMP2, and they derange collagens. If they are unregulated, they require vitamin D and retinol to regulate properly. The ones in the skin primarily require retinol. In other areas and other tissues like your lungs, your breasts, for women, prostate, and many other places, it's primarily vitamin D. So it depends on the receptor sites and what cofactors they require, those enzymes that are functioning. There are different MMPs, let's put it that way. But yes, so I leave it up to people. I don't really care what people, I just tell you what I do. I don't tell people how to, but that's the reason why he's meaning, because he takes the dogs out for a long walk, and so he just doesn't want to get burnt. Simple as that. So, look, most people in the past, even in Europe, they didn't work out in the summer, in the midday. You have a siesta in Greece and places like that. The only people who are midday persistent hunters that go out are people in Africa who have got darker skin and can actually withstand that extra radiation. People like me biohack it. So, on a day that is really hot, I pretty much will up my retinol and also up my, I've stayed out in the sun. Remember, I did that experiment for 5 hours. I only went pinky, and I was taking about 10,000. Because I had the cod liver oil, the Rosita one, and I was taking that and getting, probably, I don't think it was about 10. I think it was about 7,000 IUs of retinol that I was actually taking at the time, and obviously the 125 milligrams of niacin at the time, and I could stay out for 5 hours, no burning, zero. So that was a proof of concept, and I did it about 3 times just to make a point to my brother and some of my friends who thought I was mad. What the hell is he doing? And then they noticed he's not getting burnt. What the hell is happening? It must be magic. Carney magic. Yes. So I got some strange looks, but now they know. Yes, it is. That's for another video with some other stuff as well. I don't want to let too much away. KL. Oh, my coffee. I'm just friggin' forgetting about my coffee. I should. Sorry. I've got 9 minutes to go. God. Skull. Well, down the hatch. Hey, Loki, what time is it? Are you about to go to work or something? Oh, just stay tuned. Just tuning in before I start working. Okay, you've got to. Oh, that's right. Because it's date. Yeah, it's the next day. What am I saying? Yeah. Anyway, enjoy your day at work. So yeah, I'm sort of had something to do on the sort of weekend, and so I got caught up with other things, sort of family, friends, things like that, and so yeah, had to do it on my flex day, which is today, Monday in Hobart. Tomorrow's Anzac Day, which is for military veterans and stuff like that. I am going to go to sleep a bit early tonight, so I'm going to try and get up in the morning so I can go to the service in the dawn service. So that's going to be interesting. If I'm going to get up, I'm going to be dragging myself out of bed. So yeah, we'll see how that works out in that regard. But yep. So yeah. Anyway, down there. Hello, Kitty. You still up? Did you go to work today or not? You lazy bugger. Where am I? I'll say one thing. I am doing an experiment with my father with a compound for clotting, but also it helps with connective tissue and stuff like that. So, yeah. So I will be covering some of these sort of things, but I'll only be covering it in the sense with all these other polypeptides and all that. Look, all these sort of things are important, but it's the total thing, the total package. At the end of the day, I'll just say one thing. Animal foods are made of proteins, okay? All the structures in your body are going to be made of proteins, fatty acids, cholesterol, and some glycosylation of those proteins. Small amounts we're talking about here. The rest is water and stuff like that. Even bone is mineralized collagen. At the end of the day, our bodies can make it. Doesn't matter. You don't need to specific stuff. Obviously, the body could use these things, but it is a combination of things that make the tissue. It's just not one thing. So I don't recommend people like single, because there's a lot of other things. Probably the only things that I do recommend is things like the sulfurs, like the MSM sulfur, taurine, again, because these things are what are called the keratin binders. They bind the keratins, so they actually are able to bind these collagen structures together. MSM seems to work better with nails and hair in terms of, because your hair's, again, what is a protein, collagen. So, and you need a bit of biotin and stuff like that. So it's the total package. So in a sense, just that. But I do have some videos like that. But I will be because I'm experimenting currently with a few things, especially with my father, who's very old and has some knee problems and other things like that. I want to play around with these things because I have played around with glucosamine and a few others. Hasn't really fixed the problem in that regard. So I don't think these single things really work, to be honest. But I think it's a synergy of things. I'm just playing around now with synergies. So I'm not giving you brushing you off. But a lot of people ask me about these sort of things, like collagen powders and all that. And I go, what do you bother? I mean, it's, at the end of the day, it's going to go in the stomach. Your stomach acid is going to break it up into polypeptides and amino acids. And that'll be broken further down into amino acids. And you take it in as amino acids because you can't incorporate foreign proteins. So in the end, it all ends up, if it's not complete, it can't incorporate properly. You don't get the right balance, the right utilization. And there's all these sort of things. I am going to do a video on it to explain the reasons why. And you probably won't waste your money in the future on any of this sort of stuff. You just eat more meat. Anyway, I'm ranting again. KL, sorry, mate. I interrupted there, but I had to get into my ranting. I have this problem. Hello, Kitty knows, as my neighbour. What are we talking about? Continue also feel the urge to chug down water after a fatty meal. Might be related. Yes. Patience. That video will be coming out this week. We'll cover a lot of these things. Let's hope we can get it less than an hour. And that's without any science. God, that's going to be a miracle. But miracles do happen sometimes. So does oxalate serve any purpose in the body? Is it purely... No, it actually is a breakdown product. So it can actually, it's only in excessive amounts that does it become toxic. As a breakdown product of metabolism, it's not a big issue. In excess, it is an issue. So, yeah, don't worry about it. As long as you're not eating high oxalate foods, there's nothing to really worry about. In that way, is it a public holiday today in Australia? No, tomorrow is Anzac Day. So not today. Today's my flex day. I took a day off. And then Stefan sort of nagged me. He said, you haven't been on for a live stream for a long time. So due to Stefan, I sort of said, okay, I was going to do it next week. And then I caved in. Because I said to myself, because I actually asked Sean, were we going to do anything? And he said, no, I'm busy. I'm here. They ended up getting too many call outs. They had to do some work. So, because, they got that coffee business where they do repairs and stuff like that. So they had quite a few over the weekend. They didn't bother. So they had to leave them for Monday. So he said, no, I'm busy. I go, okay, so I'm alone. Okay, if we're not going to do anything on Monday, I'll do the live streams, because otherwise I'll just be playing computer games all day and going for long walks and stuff like that. And I've already done, I went up to Naklofty. So I've already done, enjoyed a nice, beautiful walk through there. That was yesterday. And then dropped in, had a meal with the old boy, with Dad. And yeah, so that's what I did. So tomorrow I'll be doing stuff with Sean. I need to get up very early in the morning, because otherwise I'll be getting calls. Where are you? Why aren't you up? So my phone will be going off at about 5 o'clock, about 5:15 in the morning. So I have to get up 4:45, have a quick shower. I may not even have a shower, just put clothes on and just go down and just walk down to the cenotaph for the dawn service, and then come back. So anyway, I'll see if I can drag myself out of bed. It's going to be interesting. Anyway, yeah. So don't know yet. See how that all plays out. So his daughter, she's not, because she's in the military, she won't be. Her husband, he'll be basically be the only one marching. She won't be, because she was on maternity leave. And she's got a little beautiful little child, and so yeah, so it'll only be Dad that will be marching. He's with the SAS, so he'll be marching with some of his unit, apparently, I think. Anyway, can pineal gland classification from fluoride be reversed? Yes, menaquinone 4, and also taurine helps with the fibrosis and stuff like that in that regard. It varies, the sort of thing. I did see under a scanner, like an MRI, I saw, so people get different sort of effects and it can affect the pineal gland in different ways. So it's quite interesting what happens, and but it's not like severe sort of stuff. I have heard that fluoride is slightly involved, or that, but it's not clearly whether it's causal or not. So it's never been proven whether it's causal or not. It's associated. Just because some fluoride molecules are bound with a calcium, you do find that in other tissue. So is it just because it's got an affinity to it, or is it because it's causing it? We don't know. It's a bit like what do they call it, the chicken and the egg. So highly associated, but again, proof or cause and effect proof, none. Okay, public holiday tomorrow. Fair enough. You're not dragging yourself out of bed. Does taking vitamin D, sorry, which is considered a hormone, yes it is, decrease your body's natural ability to synthesize it from sunlight? Not really. Where it's not like melatonin. We've never seen that happen. So I would have to say no. And the two are slightly different as well. Now, the stuff that you actually get from sunlight is mostly a water-based. Now, it can be converted into a fat-based and stored. So you can store it in the liver. And there's a number of enzymatic steps. I can't remember them exactly off the top of my head that actually do the conversion to store it in 25-OHD in the liver. But as a vitamin D sulfate, it's water soluble. And even if let's say you're out in the sun for quite a long time and you produce up to 20,000 IUs, it's not going to cause any problems because it's water soluble. Goes around the tissue, then whatever gets excreted, some of it gets converted and gets stored as 25-OHD. So the storage form in the liver. So depends in that regard. But no, I don't think it actually has any real effect in that regard. We would have known by now, you'd take supplements and you then, after you stop taking supplements, you'd go out in the sun and you wouldn't be able to produce any. And that doesn't happen. So we know it definitely happens. And because the other one's water soluble, if you're saying, can you convert enough of it into the storage form? That's a different question altogether. That I don't know whether it affects how much storage, you could say partitioning happens when you're getting it more from the sun. And depending on how much retinol you're getting as well. Because usually it's in the fat soluble form where the competition is, not in the water to fat. That doesn't happen. So I suspect yes, in the fat soluble converted form, but then you can excrete it out of the bile, any excess retinol. And I think the in the fat soluble form, any excess amount as well for vitamin D. Yeah, so it depends. Depends on your health of your liver as well. Depends on a lot of factors. So, but yes. Anyway, how harmful is to eat cooked carrots sometimes? Okay, sometimes without activating. If you're eating them on their own and no meat, no nothing, just on their own, you probably won't. And it depends on the quantity. So, yeah. So it depends on all those sort of things. But why would you want to? Honestly, why would you want to pretty much eat that sort of stuff? Look, guys. I don't want to sound like a broken record or anything like that, but there's no benefit in these plants, so I don't know why people would bother with that sort of stuff. So I mean, what's the point? Anyway, so that's my sort of view, is that we need to, modern plants like carrots, potatoes, and all that, they're not, as Bart would say, they're not food. The modern Frankenstein type creations. So why would you bother? So anyway, I'll leave it at that. But I just can't see the value in that regard. Robust supplements, I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't bother. And in high doses, they can have side effects. If you take them for years and years, I remember reading a study ages ago, they can affect your brain chemistry slightly. I can't remember all the symptoms now. I think it causes a bit of anxiety. There was one of the symptoms. I can't remember the other symptoms. Yeah. So I don't see much benefit in them, to be honest. And they do have some underlying side effects in that regard. So why would you bother in that regard? Anyway, your bones, your body will produce as much as it requires for any of the genetic stuff. You don't need these sugar molecules for anything else. So things like this, as I said, I can't remember all the, if you were to look it up and try and find some of the literature, you'd probably find some of the, mega dosing and some of the symptoms. One that I remember was anxiety, but there was other stuff as well, but I just can't remember all of it. But yeah, that was one of them. That was good enough for me. Why I wouldn't actually take that sort of stuff. Anyway, I wouldn't. You shouldn't. Oh, like a single molecule, like lecithin, yeah, it has some value in the body, But at the end of the day, it's not going to heal the gut on its own. You know, there's a lot of things that are required to heal the gut, and a lot of things that actually has to be fixed. That this future video that I'll be covering will explain how to fix the gut properly and make sure it doesn't get damaged. And so, and how the body actually protects and why you get certain symptoms, why you get diarrhea, constipation, all these sort of things. And even the diarrhea part can be a protective mechanism. So you'll understand what I mean once I explain it all, but we'll wait for the video, won't we? There you go. Yes, Alex is a fan of it as well. Anyway, I sort of cycle through MSM a bit because otherwise my hair grows too long, too quick, costing me money. And again, the nails as well. So the nails are, yeah, that's not a problem. You just cut them. But the hair, somebody else has to cut it. That costs money. And, well, it does help with other things. Yeah, anyway. DC and Jerusalem. After purging all the blood sludge with taurine supplementation, I've been having constipation despite upping the fat. Should I worry about adding more? Do kefir. Kefir, because it's usually a lack of lactobacillus. So yeah, so you've sorted out the sludge, so you've got good bile flow now, which is good. And yeah, the constipation usually, yeah, other people have had it as well. People that had that sort of issue, they shifted over to constipation, and it can be a number of things that can actually cause it. Sometimes it can be for some people it can be a circadian thing. For whatever reason, it seems like they get locked into this like night sort of thing, and they tend to a giveaway of that is they tend to have a difficulty getting out of bed in the morning. And it usually tells me that they have some circadian mismatch, and that can actually also play a role. So if you've got difficulty getting out of bed in the morning, you may need to do clean up you may be sensitive to blue light. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying some people are more sensitive than others to circadian rhythms, and it can actually, I know it sounds bizarre, it can actually increase insomnia, making it hard to sleep, and then you're constipated, and you're basically in the morning having difficulty getting out of bed because your circadian rhythms are out of whack, and it can actually lead to some level of constipation. And it may have already been there. You've resolved the problem that was actually causing the other problem, the sludge, and now that you've eliminated that problem, you've got a pre-existing problem that was being masked. So yeah, and it was being masked because you had more sludge. The sludge meant that you were producing. Now I'm giving away a lot of the video, but you were actually not reducing the acidity level sufficiently of the food that was coming out of the stomach, and so the body had to put slightly more fluid in, and to buffer, so protecting the lining of the actual gut, the small intestine. As a consequence of that, you're interacting with other food particles like leftover proteins, leftover particles, things that are coming out of the gallbladder like garbage that needs to be excreted out, and all that combines with bacteria and all that and creates a normal poo. But you're slightly inflamed in your small intestine, but not in your colon. I know it sounds strange, but yes, that's the case, because by then you've got some buffering from the fluids, and that fluid also is sort of reducing the concentration. On the other hand, once you fix all that, and now you've alkalinized the stuff coming out, that stuff now no longer has extra fluid. And as a consequence, because you don't have all those, you have a different gut microbiome, then it's not, it's not helping, pretty much is the problem. You could take a bit of salt to try and you can consume a bit more salt to try and draw more fluids in, which is one way of doing it, to force the body to, more salt in the actual in the gut. So some people do excessive salt and they'll drag more fluids in automatically because salt attracts fluids. That's another way of doing it until you get sort things out. But doing kefir, milk kefir, or water kefir with a broad spectrum of lactobacillus strains, certain things, to try and actually get more of them, and then they will reduce this sort of problem. So it's what Necro Kitty had to do, this sort of thing. She's actually got a thing that we put sort of together through trial and error with her on the Discord. So Lukey, are you still there? He's gone. Okay, I will have to look up the Discord thing. Let me just type it. So if you go there, they get together and chat and ask for the protocol PDF from Necro Kitty. So that is that. So I don't have to repeat myself. Anyway. Hopefully not. Because there's going to be zero science. This is just explaining how to do things and the reasons behind it. And hopefully it's not going to be a long video. So if anybody wants the science, they can wait until I do the videos. And most of the science is already in those individual ones that I've already done. So if you go in that digestive issues, most of the stuff is science that's already been covered by a lot of those videos. And if it's stuff that I haven't covered, you leave a comment reminding me, it'll just be a reminder. I'll put it on the side and say, okay, I need to, do that. Anyway, is lithium supplementation beneficial? It is possible to get enough from animal sources. Yes, it is enough. You should not supplement, and definitely do not supplement with lithium and taurine. I do have a video covering blood pressure medication and lithium. And if you're taking taurine, you actually hold on to most of the lithium you get in the diet. So actually you get a better result. And if you then supplement on top, then you could affect your brain chemistry. And again, somebody who's doing lithium for medical reasons, for anxiety or whatever else, they need to come off it if they're doing taurine. So they need to adjust the dosages and all that, because taurine holds on to lithium. So it's one of those ions that doesn't excrete as well. So yeah, you've got to be very careful with lithium and taurine. I do have a video covering that, the risks associated with that. Anyway, does the taurine I take with the meal help with emulsification of bile immediately? Well, not exactly. I mean, your body has to take it in, and then it'll go through the biochemical processes to basically then be utilized and all that. So it needs to first be absorbed. So if you basically want it before the meal to make sure that you've got enough, you need to consume it 90 minutes before on an empty stomach to get it to perfuse all your whole body. And then you'll have that stuff in there to help. Yeah, but not with the very same meal. No. The reason why I usually say take it with a meal, especially when I'm encouraging people for their parents or relatives or whatever, what do their parents do? They're eating a standard diet. They're engaging the Randall cycle. They're increasing their blood sugar. They're increasing their insulin. So they're increasing their water retention. They're increasing their blood pressure. What does taurine do? Taurine reduces insulin signaling. Did you hear that? On the one hand, it actually, if you take taurine on an empty stomach, it raises insulin a bit, the signaling. This is for the myostatin effect, to reduce myostatin and amplify protein synthesis. So it has nothing to do with the, packing on the weight, so to speak. Not going to affect in that way. But when insulin's too high, it actually brings it down. Remember, it's a regulator, master regulator. And it also reduces sugar. It brings it down as well. And lactate. It actually prevents lactate production going back to the liver to produce more glucose. It increases the efficiency of the Krebs cycle by 30%, forcing more into oxidative phosphorylation to go to the mitochondria and be oxidized. And any excess that it can't deal with, it actually forces it to be converted into fat and then stored away so it's not dangerous to the body. And on the other hand, it lowers blood sugar levels. And with lowering blood sugar levels and insulin, it also lowers blood pressure. So it has all these effects. So even for a sad dieter, I've got sad dieters who are on a sad diet. Their parents, they're taking 2 grams with every meal of taurine, and they're actually improving their blood sugar levels, their blood pressure levels, and their general glycation and stuff like that. It's not perfect, but we're talking about people that are not willing to change. So it's a biohack, and I throw leucine in as well for the protein synthesis, so they can at least, because they don't eat enough protein. These are older people that just are not willing to change their ways. So it's how do you biohack them? Yep. No, I don't. I do not recommend, unless you've got a reason for it, like a liver issue, like you've got, let's say, your FXR enzyme is not working properly, you're not recycling bile properly, and it's ending up creating loose stools in your colon, then you may need milk thistle to improve the functioning of your liver and gallbladder. But if for general population that doesn't have any health, if you don't have a health reason for it, why are you taking it? So it depends. So I don't recommend taking most supplements. Most supplements, I use them as for therapeutic purposes. That's all. People don't need supplements. If you're completely young and healthy and have no issue whatsoever, why the hell are you taking supplements? Just eat meat and enjoy life. So, supplements have for specific purposes. This sort of craze, you got all these influencers pushing supplements to make money off you, because that's what it is. Let's be honest about it. It's a business. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Shelley, not a problem. Got to get to work. Yeah. You got to pay the bills. Take care. Thanks for being here. See you, Shelley. And yeah, so don't waste your money if you don't need it. There has to be a purpose. If you've got to use something, you've got to have it for a purpose. If it's whether it's a biohack or whatever, use your money wisely, is what I'm trying to say. I'd rather buy, a large juicy steak than buy milk thistle for the same money. I'd buy a couple of nice juicy steaks compared. But if I need milk thistle, yeah, I'll buy it. But outside specifically sorting out my liver, it would be more of a hermetic thing. If you want a hormesis, go and do some exercise. Get into a sauna, jump into a cold shower. There's hormesis for you. That'll stress your body a bit and get your system working to fix it and repair it and improve its general functioning, because we don't want to be too, in cotton wool, but we don't want to be, completely and utterly banging our body to hell and back continuously. There's a sort of a medium point of a bit of stresses, but not too much, not too little. That sweet spot in the middle. Yes, yes. Like the Goldilocks. Yes. We want the Goldilocks zone and a carnivore diet in the Goldilocks zone for the rest. Nah, how are you, mate? Hey, Harry. Have you seen a study where people, after a high-fat diet meal, increased endotoxins? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. Go and check a video out that I did on Ian. I've actually done a video covering this. It's the complete opposite from what they say in a high-quality study. And give me a sec. I'll actually put it so people can, can check it out. Give me a sec. Typing. I've got the microphone over. I can't actually see what I'm typing, so I have to lift it up just for those wondering, what is he doing? Okay, videos. Right, lovely character. Here's the one. What reduces endotoxic? I actually got this other one. There's two parts to it, but I had to go through this because you're talking about the study, because I actually talked initially what reduces endotoxin lipopolysaccharides in the human body. So I had a video prior to that covering this point. And then somebody came along and had to make a stupid comment. Some little boy in short pants, as Bart Kay would say, this Ian guy, and I had to school him. So I had to do, that was 22 minutes. I had to do a video for 1 hour and 8 minutes. I call it Ian Gets Schooled on Why He's Wrong About LPS and Saturated Fat. And I go through the research that he provided me, which actually the data, when you looked at the high quality part of the data, actually showed the complete inverse. People don't read the studies. That's the problem. They don't look at the at the data. So yes, so we can get rid of that, and I'll put that in the and I'll put the, I forgot to grab the title. Typical. So that Ian Gets Schooled on Why He Is Wrong About LPS and Saturated Fat. That's a good video, actually. And also anybody that views that will actually learn a bit about science and how to read scientific literature. So there is a bit of that. Yes, I tend to not do those sort of videos, but Kay does more of those videos. But this guy was annoying, and I had to school him because he was annoying. He kept on just arguing and arguing. It's like, these sophists, the vegan sophists that keep on arguing because they just cannot. G'day, Christina. They cannot, and Bruce Lee, they cannot basically accept that they're bloody wrong. And so they just keep on going at you. And eventually, I go, okay. And I actually said to him, look, I don't want to ridicule you, but, you've become ridiculous. And so I had to school him and do a video about him and all the stuff that he actually. So, yes. So if somebody comes along with crackpot ideas and annoys me too much, I will make a video about them, and I will put them up in colors and show how ridiculous their arguments are. And yeah, it was really funny. The funny thing was I didn't even have to search for the literature. I didn't even have to go away looking for it. He actually gave me the research that hung him and made him look like an idiot. You know, the best study out of all of them, because all the other ones were observational crap, you know, associated. The other one, the last one, was of an experimental nature. It showed the complete inverse relationship, the complete opposite effect. So, and they put it into a meta-analysis. Well, you know, the standards for meta-analysis were not met. That meta-analysis should have never been accepted by the magazine, the journal. They should have rejected it. They should have said, hold on, the minimum standard is this. You have not met the minimum standards. The majority of these studies are crap. You've only got about a couple of studies that actually have any level. So he gave me a study that just showed, so just one of those studies in the meta-analysis, all the other ones were down here, very poor. One of them was high quality. It wasn't the pinnacle, like lock in, where you lock people into and you control everything perfectly. This was the next level to that. So you were given certain things and it was a limited supervision type thing, but it was much better controlled than any other study. And they were taking blood samples and all this sort of stuff and looking and comparing and all that. And they showed quite clearly saturated fat does not increase endotoxemia or endotoxins, or LPS. Doesn't. It actually does. It showed a different, an inverse relationship. So he just shot himself in the foot. It was funny. It was actually quite funny to make in that regard. Not that it's not my style to get stuck into anyone. It's, because I just like to just do the science and say, look, this is what the science says. This is what a lot of other people say. They don't have any evidence. This and all that. But the guy just persisted to nag me. Now, Bart would have dealt with him immediately because that's his style. I'm not out there. I'll tell people to F off if they annoy me, but I'm not out there to sort of go on an attack sort of thing. He's got a different sort of channel than mine. Mine's focused on presenting the no bullshit science and saying, this is what I know. This is how things work. This is what other people are claiming. This is why they're wrong. That's my style that I do. But in this case, I sort of took out a leaf out of Bart's, and I actually went after this guy to ridicule him because he became very annoying in the end. You will, if you watch it, you'll realize, you'll go, God, Harry, you can be patient sometimes. I can, probably too patient sometimes. Yes, but anyway. But I do have my limits as well. Well, all these things are overgrowths. Why would they happen? Because pretty much you've either got a gallbladder issue, a stomach acidity issue. These are usually the things that, and I'll be covering this in the upcoming video. So, and I already cover this in a number of other videos in the digestive issues. So you can look at those as well until the other video comes out. So, other than taurine supplementation, really. Yep, it can help. Vitamin D also can help for tight junctions. But at the end of the day, you need to cleanse your small intestine and your stomach out of bacterial overgrowth. It'll be explained in the upcoming video how all that works. It's not going to make much of a difference CoQ10 is required primarily for, for a number of other functions in the body. While it has some sort of antioxidant effect, it doesn't really doesn't suppress bacterial overgrowth. I don't know if anybody's saying that they've got no idea what they're talking about. Now, it may support the actual enteric system to fight overgrowth, but it's not going to get rid of it, is what I'm saying. So you still need energy to clear things out. And it does help with energy between the complex 1 and 3. Anyway, within the electron chain, have you had oat? Maybe mold. Yeah, mold can cause things like overgrowth. Overgrowth can come from the mouth down, so it can come from bacteria and all that. Actually, what they've actually found, I'll give you SSK a bit of a view. Firmicutes bacteria, you don't have much in the mouth in modern humans. In tribal people, it does exist in the mouth. And it's another reason why we get far more tooth decay. And you shouldn't have a lot of firmicutes in the actual gut. But nowadays, people have a lot of firmicutes in the gut. I wonder why. It's because they're eating more plants. And when you eat more plants, you get higher firmicutes. So the problem is the plants that are actually increasing this firmicutes. And the firmicutes actually, and some of these bacteria move down into the stomach. And many times SIBO doesn't actually come from the actual colon unless you've got, the actual main valve, not working properly. Most of the time it's actually coming from the mouth down, and you've got low acidity. So you can't generate enough acidity. Your pH is too high because you've been eating plant-based for too long, and you then are more susceptible to mold, to things like bacterial overgrowth, to candida, to all these sort of things, overgrowth. So to a large extent, there's a couple of things that you can actually use to even penetrate into the mucosal layer where some of them hide, to kill them off. So that will be covered in the video. So there'll be stuff to be covered. We'll get into that and supplementations and whatever else. So anyway, what are your thoughts on lipocene? Wouldn't bother. It's a bit like anything else. You seem to want these plants, health tech. As long as you're not eating those, people seem to think that, if I get all these antioxidants in my system, I'm going to do wonders. Too much antioxidants in the system can actually be quite damaging to the body. Your body can actually produce all the intracellular antioxidants you need. As long as you keep insulin down, sugar down, you'll produce enough glutathione. Uric acid is used as an antioxidant as well. If it's not in deranged, and many other things. You do not need these compounds, let alone you're wasting your money. And the claims are dubious. Just because something can electron done doesn't mean it fixes a problem. It could also electron done in places where it shouldn't and actually cause other derangements. And there's all sorts of things that can actually be deranged in tissue. So, yeah. Is egg yolk better than egg white for a person with autoimmune disease? Sometimes my stomach hurts after eating eggs. It's probably the whites. So eggs, you may have a sensitivity to the whites. You may have your tight junctions. You may have digestive issues as well, because you've actually asked me about SIBO and all that. I suspect you've got some digestive issues that I will explain in the upcoming video, and you should check out my videos in the digestive stuff. Vitamin D plays a big role in autoimmunity. Lukey, he's gone now, but he sometimes appears on my channel. He's from Brazil, and he had Hashimoto's thyroiditis, which is an autoimmune disease. He couldn't put on muscle or anything, so he struggled. And now he's got a very muscular body, even though he doesn't go to the gym as much. He eats more meat and stuff like that, but he's fixed his problems. So with higher, getting his vitamin D up to the top of the normal, he was able to largely turn off some of the autoimmune because his immune system was better regulated. With taurine, immunosenescence was lowered, so the immune system was functioning better. And also he was producing more stem cells in his bone marrow for immune cells. And those immune cells then were activated by taurine and also protected by taurine. So animal foods have all these beneficial effects and animal compounds or derivatives from animal nutrients. So I don't see why we have to bother with a lot of the other stuff. Some people may have a quite clear, usually if they fart a lot and all that, they may have a sensitivity to the sulfur, which is a problem for some people. And if they want to do taurine, they may have to do choline as well to methylate excess sulfur so they don't get some of these symptoms. So there's all that sort of stuff. Yep. We covered that before. Luteins, zeaxanthin. You'll get that. Eggs are very good. Egg yolks are very good source. But look, a lot of these things, the lutein and zeaxanthin and lipocene and all these sort of things, a lot of them have actually been tested on people as supplemental that are on a SAD diet. They're in a highly inflamed state already. So they're in and somebody that's in a highly inflamed state, if you and what is inflammation? It's a lot of oxidative stress. What is oxidative stress? It means certain things have interacted with your tissue. They've hijacked an electron. That tissue now is unstable because it's missing an electron. And an antioxidant basically provides back that electron and stabilizes it. So it has this sort of effect. So you only see these benefits from these substances only when you're on a SAD diet. And most of the research is done on people like that. When people are on a species-appropriate diet, like a carnivore diet or a low inflammatory diet, like some of the other low-carb anti-inflammatory diets, they don't have these effects. And the requirements for these sort of antioxidants goes down considerably, because when your insulin drops, your intracellular antioxidants go up quite a bit. So your glutathione goes up. When you're on carbohydrates, your glutathione goes down. That should tell you something. So when your glutathione goes up, you know what it does? It recycles vitamin E, vitamin C. So your requirement for vitamin C and vitamin E drop quite a bit, your requirements. So, because you can recycle them via glutathione. So the animal foods will have selenium in them, which is important for glutathione. They'll have many other things, which are either bound by anti-nutrients in plants and you can't get to them, or they have very little. So, and on the other hand, so that's why I consider these things a waste of money. The other thing is when you sleep well, your melatonin increases, and that melatonin also helps repair the electron chain or any oxidative stress inside the mitochondria. Taurine does the same thing as well. So that's another thing that you only get in animal foods. and it's a master regulator throughout the body. These are the things that are more important. Tribal people don't consume any of this sort of stuff. They don't need them. But sad dieters, yeah. This is why when they do tests on people, they get mixed results, because some people are quite healthy. So when they do that, they don't see any effect. But when somebody's on a highly inflamed diet and very sick, and you give them these things, you do see a bit of an effect. It's because they're electron donating and they've got no other source of electron donors. That's the reason. But do people that are on a species appropriate carnivore diet, do they need them? No. It's a waste of money. And putting too many of these antioxidants in, because we do need some reactive oxygen species in our body for signaling and all that, and you can actually sort of derange some normal functions in the body as well. So there's a sweet spot, and that's why I'm highly against a lot of this sort of stuff. These sort of supplementation of these molecules. You'll get some from a number of animal foods. They do exist in them, but in the right proportionality, the small amounts, and they'll be utilized. Lutein and zeaxanthin are pretty good for the eyes. But the biggest one that actually plays the most important role in the eyes is taurine. Your eyes have the highest concentration of any organ. And most people, I've had a lot of my subscribers that have done like high doses of taurine and have actually improved their eyesight and their eyes in general. So, yeah. So these sort of nutrients, animal nutrients, do much greater wonders. As long as you're not inflaming yourself and creating oxidative stress, you really don't need to supplement any of this sort of stuff. Somebody asked about coffee lowering stomach pH. I've followed a doc. Yeah, it does. It does. It does a bit. It actually also amplifies ketosis as well. So as long as you don't have any milk in it, or very little, it has an effect of amplifying the ketosis as well. So yeah, so it does. There's stuff in the literature in that regard. But obviously, even though I drink coffee, it is a poison. Well, probably not poison exactly, but it has a lot of anti-nutrients. It's, let's be honest. It's not the superfood. It does have a bit of extra niacin and a few other things like that. So it has some beneficial stuff. It's not completely that, but it also has a number of anti-nutrients. It's still, the body considers it caffeine as a poison and tries to get rid of it. Some people have got better detox capability than others. So, yes. I follow a doctor on this topic. Some plants loosen the top sphincter of the stomach and get a reflux and may have cough during nights. The main reason that may be the case with plants has to do that some plant compounds are very highly alkalinizing. They increase alkalinity in the stomach too high. And as a consequence of doing that, if the stomach isn't acidic enough, the top sphincter, there's one right on top of the actual where the esophagus connects to the stomach. There's the, what do they call it, the bottom esophageal sphincter, and then there's the top one, which is so basically as you're eating, you open that up and you drop it into between the esophagus and the one, that part of the esophagus which connects the top sphincter and the bottom sphincter, which is right on top of, and so those two, because one needs to be sealed, the other one needs to open to take in new food so you don't choke. So it takes it in, and when a certain level is reached between the two sphincters, the bottom one opens and drops it in, then closes. as long as the pH is sort of low enough in that regards. So it's the pH level that signals and tells the actual body whether the sphincter should be open or partially open or closed. So it's usually the alkalizing effect that is happening that is creating this effect in that regard. So yes, but it's what level of alkalinic effect does a plant have? That's really what it is. And there are certain bacterial organisms and protozoa and candida as well, like some fungi, mold. They tend to basically excrete alkalizing agents, which sort of affect and suppress stomach acid, and then you get into the reflux issues. Where the bottom esophageal sphincter doesn't seal, and that's then causes reflux. So yeah. Yep, apple cider vinegar can help. Sarah, how are you? Hope you're still around. Scotty, it's nearly 10 o'clock. I'm about to go to bed. Do you realise that? I have to get up for the morning service. What's this about vitamin D? Vitamin D reduces thyroxine peroxide antibody levels in patients with autoimmune thyroid disease, an open randomized controlled trial. Okay, thanks. I've seen something similar. I'm not looks familiar. And what vitamin? Oh yeah, because I've already done a video. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I thought this was all familiar. Thank you, appreciate it, Scotty. Yeah, must be tired. Okay, so that's the video that I did, which is called "What Vitamin Reduces Thyroid Antibodies." So, and it was covered in the studies. Did I actually link the studies? I don't even remember. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it was It's been a while. So, as I said, the title was familiar. Yeah, so that's the title. That's the study that's in the description that Scotty put. Thank you very much, Scott. And yep, and that pretty much covers that. So if people haven't watched that, so yep, do check it out for those who want to view it. I'm surprised you're still here, Richard. It's 12 o'clock. Shouldn't you be tucked away in bed with your sheep? Phil the Meat, how are you? Better than melatonin. God. Oh, thank you. It's nice to see. I'll take it in a positive way, George. Thank you, friend, in Greek. Can drinking kefir for too long of a period be bad? Look, I sort of, if I'm encouraging people to do kefir, I usually just encourage them to do about 3 to 6 months, not like continuous. So periodically, look, fermented foods have been, it's not going to be a problem, to be honest. It won't be, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Humans have been eating fermented foods for a very long time. Let's not forget when we caught big animals and killed them. The reason why we can consume them is because we have like a pH of a scavenger, like a pH of 1 to 1.5. The sort of same levels as scavenger birds and other scavenger animals. So we have a very low pH. So we would have definitely killed big animals and then just gorged on them for days. And even if they, and so in a sense, we ate fermented meats that, so, and what do you think cheeses are? Fermented foods, fermented dairy it is. So cheeses, yogurts, all that is fermented. We eat that every day. It doesn't affect us. So kefir wouldn't affect us anyway, either in that regard. The question is, whether you want to be doing it every day or producing it and stuff like that. It is a bit of a hassle. I periodically have done it, and sometimes I just get the Inuit. You get fish; they throw it under the ice and ferment it, and have these fermented dishes. Many Scandinavian people have fermented dishes. So humans have had fermented foods for a long time. People are eating, things like plant fermented foods every day, like pickled foods. So I don't see an issue whatsoever. Anyway, several years now, and I'm going to cover some of this sort of stuff. There's a number of people. Look, sometimes if you need to manage it, like I've covered quite a lot of that. And if you go back, I'm not going to explain it again because I've already covered a lot of it in the early part of the video, George. So you may have to go back and actually just listen to what I said. But on top of that, if you need to speak to someone you could consult with Bar K, and so go through some of that sort of stuff. What was that? Any advice for someone becoming sighted? Sam Bailey, New Zealand doctor. Okay. There you go, Sarah. So you're another spinach person like me. Well, I suffered for 2 years with oxalate dumping due to spinach. I had a lot of oxalate and had over 5 years, I had 4 cases of kidney stones. So I ended up 3 each time in hospital. Twice surgically had to get it sorted. Once it actually came through, and the 4th time I went to emergency. They told me what it was. Then they said, it'll probably pass. They discharged me that evening. I just kept on doing some of the stuff, to deal with this. I didn't have any food grade citric acid at the time. So I just used lemon juice. I ordered something, I got some, and I just continued, and eventually it cleared out and I was fine. And then I continued just doing periodic, a bit of citric acid to deal with all the dumping that followed after. So I do know what it feels like. It's not enjoyable. So, but it is what it is. Oh, well, it is what it is. Google doesn't love you or me. What do you think of 50K glycosilver by itself? I'm not into that sort of stuff, So if you're going to do injectable type 10,000 IUs, when you get sort of the flu or some respiratory infection, you have to deal with it, is fine. Try and get it mostly from the sun, and only 5,000 IUs, just normal through the winter months. Because there is a bit of competition at the liver with retinol, which is an issue in itself. How about fibers and plastic clothing that our bodies get rid of them, nylon, polyester, and all that? You're gonna absorb. Your skin can absorb a lot of things, and you will absorb some of the xenoestrogens. That's where the problem lies. I primarily just buy cotton-based clothing. So I have some woolen stuff, not a lot. The majority of my clothes are pretty much, even my t-shirts that I'm wearing now, singlets, my boxer shorts, pretty much they're all cotton. And trousers, cotton, my shirts, cotton. Yeah, and I've got a suit, which a really good, expensive suit, and that's all woolen, with fine merino sort of wool. I think I've only got one. I've got one top, which is one of those sports tops, which has got some sort of synthetic stuff in it. I can't remember exactly what it is. I've got one of those. That's it. But I usually wear it over a singlet anyway, so not a lot of my skin gets exposed to most of it. So, but yeah, I try to minimize those sort of exposures. I don't store things in plastic containers. I try to minimize them. I may occasionally, if I get stuff from Dad, he puts them in plastic containers because that's all he's got. And then I usually, when I get home, I remove them from those and put them into glass containers. I try to minimize the amount of plastic exposure. Yeah, that's what I do. So, well, Sarah, when it comes to I think, if you do a species appropriate diet, if you do also taurine, that actually affects remodeling of the eye, stuff like that. But beyond that, you also have to do these, look at short distance, long distance. We need to get into that effective, so the eye is not in one state continuously. So even at work, I tend to deliberately every half an hour look away at distant and then back to my screen. I keep a bit of distance as well from my screen as well. So yeah, so I think that maintains much healthier the eyes, the way they function and all that. But it's not a speciality of mine, you know. I've been meaning to look into it in a bit more depth, but it's not a speciality of mine. That's, I'm very amateur knowledge in that area. It's something that I do intend to look in a bit deeper, but there is some evidence out there from some people I've actually seen some academics looking at the literature. There's a couple of people, I can't remember their names now off the top of my head, but they have looked at that very much the modern diet and the modern lifestyle is causing a lot of these problems, and they've actually developed protocols to sort of reverse a lot of this sort of stuff. Yeah, if I get a chance, I'll look and try and find the stuff because I can't remember it. It's been quite some time back, and actually potentially, just bring other people to at least to become familiar with it. I'll put it in my community page or somewhere like that, or I may make even a short video, just like one of those short videos, just to create links and provide information for people to where to go and contact some of these people. So at least then you can, find out more, because they're practitioners in that sort of stuff. Remember, I'm taking the science and bringing the science to you guys and actually simplifying it so you guys understand how the body works and some of the biohacks you can use. Exact, like therapeutic stuff, things that I've actually had to deal with my own self or with others and stuff like that. Yeah. But some of these sort of areas, which have to do with ophthalmology and stuff like that, it's not something that I've actually done a lot of investigation in that field. I do intend later on to look into getting a better, deeper understanding. I've got the sort of general understandings of some of these things and things that help and don't help when it comes to eyesight. But these people know far more. So do leave me a comment after this live stream so I can then, it'll remind me, okay, I need to look into that for Sarah. It helps. I'll explain it in the coming video. So there is a video coming out this week that I'm going to do the comprehensive gut restoration video that I've been promising, and it's going to cover everything. You're welcome. And you're welcome. And yep, my mum on it, but it should be paired with MK4. If you're not getting it in the diet, yes. And getting some retinol in the food, obviously. Okay. That was on the Gladiator Champions. I'm just going through because I'm about to pull the pin to see if there's anything here. Yep, he's doing pretty well. Danny, thanks for asking. He's doing better. His leg has reduced by half the actual inflammation, but I have ordered something different. Apparently Bart was talking about today as well. It does have anti-clotting effects. I'd heard about it from somebody else that emailed me. So I'm looking into it, and I've ordered some for Dad. And so we're going to try it and see how that works for him. And so, yeah, see how that works. The lubricase seems to be helping in that regard. It's sort of reduced the amount of clotting. But yeah, it's still taking some time. And this seems to have an anti-clotting effect. I'm not sure whether we're clearing out some clots, but also some new clots are being generated or not. And so this is why I'm going to try this other supplement now. So Bart's using it for a different purpose altogether, for healing himself with his sports injury. And so it helps in that regard as well. So Dad may see some improvements with his bad knee. So that'll be interesting. But I want to see whether we can actually get the clots down further. So they're still battling. Yes, unfortunately. Do you think the strange Gardenian Bloom, how are you? Do you think there's strange blobs appearing in blood because of the special med issued to the masses are real? I don't quite believe it. Strange blobs appearing in the blood. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I have heard some people who are like morticians that have said that the sort of characteristics are unusual They've actually seen some, not a lot. It varies between people, person to person. But they've noticed certain things that are slightly different than some other people. That could be just an opinion. There's no scientific proof that they're right. Obviously, they are professionals in their own field. Obviously, they are observing something that's not usual. But is it just, because see, let me explain to you what I mean, what my thinking was. You may get a mild effect of some sort. And then when you die, your tissue may amplify that effect because, fluids are going away, other things are going away. So it actually becomes more pronounced. But in a living organism, it may be less pronounced, much less. So it may not be as bad as it looks after death, so to speak. I don't really know enough about it. Definitely there is a problem with the spikes, and that's quite clear in the literature. There's plenty of literature now showing that there is definitely an issue. So it does cause a lot of clotting. It does cause a lot of derangements. It does cause a lot of interaction with tissue in different parts of the body and some unusual symptomatology, symptoms that we've actually seen. I've done a video covering some of the diverse symptoms and all that, insomnia and many other things that people get as a consequence of the side effects. It's still unclear about some of the claims that have been made, whether they just an amplification of dead tissue. It looks worse than what it is in real life. So it's hard to say. I'm on the fence, so to speak. I'm not saying it's it's fair enough. I mean, if you can't believe it, that's fair enough. I'm just uncertain about it, exactly how bad it is and all that. All I know is what my father's situation is. But when you talk about clotting factors, they're quite elevated in a lot of people. And obviously some of these things are definitely happening. How bad and all that can vary between person to person. But it definitely, we haven't seen this issue in the past. So not to this level, to be noticed. So once you notice something, there is definitely something happening. You can't have all these morticians who, in many cases, are 30 years experience or more. There was one old guy, mortician, he was, experienced. We're talking about, he was in his 60s plus, over 40 years experience. Now, these people are not dumb. They've gone through plenty of bodies. They've seen plenty of things. So, obviously there's no study to back up what they're claiming. So I can't say, yep, we've got evidence where there's been, but the problem is the level of pathology, or because there's no crime scene, obviously, there's not going to be any coroner's report or any coroner looking at these people. So, so without a coroner's report, you don't have some case studies, or, because that's the sort of level of experimental, or the sort of evidence you get from a case study. So you've got from people who are dealing with dead bodies and over many decades that are claiming certain things that they've noticed. So they're definitely seeing something that is different in that regard. So there's definitely something happening, or something, and when we look at the literature, clotting factors do go up. There are quite a lot of people that are getting strange sort of clots in different organs. So there's definitely an issue, but how severe, how bad, um, you know, unfortunately, there's not good records. Some countries have some better records than others. I look at, you look at Denmark, you look at Switzerland, which have got better records. The UK also has better records, but they don't act on them. They just hide them. And it's only through freedom of information does anything get out. But you can actually see quite quickly Denmark, Switzerland, and countries like that immediately withdrew these mRNAs and immediately changed their policy quite severely. Now, governments don't do that, or departments of health don't do that unless they're really finding severe problems. So this is not normal behavior. Now, we know that in a number of other countries like the UK, the US, and all that, the medical authorities, Australia, are very compromised by political administrators. And these political administrators are serving big pharma interests. That's the problem. But I'm not saying I don't know which, sort of strange, look, I don't know what sort of stuff you've been looking at, so I can't. I've just listened, not recently, but in the past, when these things first appeared, I listened to a number of these morticians, and not the young ones, some of these old morticians that actually had, as I said, 30, 40 years in the industry. It had seen everything under the sun. And they were actually saying, well, this is what I'm seeing, and actually even showing photos and some evidence of things that they had pulled out of some of these arteries and all that, and saying there's a lot of clotting in here that you don't see in normal dead people. So it's definitely something happening in that regard. And we know, my father, a case of quite a bit of clotting, severe clotting. So, what do you think I'm so concerned? I'm trying to find ways of sorting him out. I've sort of helped him a bit, and I've used all the methods that Elliot talks about, and some of the studies talk about, and some of the stuff that I've heard about. But it's not making it doesn't seem to be resolving the problem. He's still now a few months down the track, and he still has some issues. So, I'm trying everything, because if I can sort out Dad, then I'll have some sort of protocol for others. See, I never took the mRNA, so I can't test it on myself, any protocol. So Dad doesn't mind me trying different things to try and, I would never put him at risk under any circumstances, but the authorities have already put him at risk. So we're trying everything that we can. I'm using, as I said, even when it came to nattokinase, because he's on a few meds, in terms of blood thinners, I put him on. Now he's off those. Luckily, his doctor eventually pulled him off those. We've only got him on some diuretics at the moment to try and bring down some of the fluids. But he's off. He's just recently come off those as well. And now we're just working with some of these supplements to try and actually slowly bring that stuff down. So, and I'm going to try with a few other things. So, yeah. See you, KL. Justice, there is no stupid questions. Change your name again. How are you? And CE37. Anyway, I'm going to be pulling the plug. I actually did say something earlier, Luan. You weren't here. And on the thyroid, there is a link that Scotty put. You should look at that link. It's an important one about thyroid. So it's in there. And I'll quickly see if there's anything that I... Thanks, Marcelo. G'day. Invite Weddingling. Raw meat is superior to cooked meat due to taurine content. Not really. Both have got value. Cooked meat has more, you can actually extract more nutrition from it. So it's not one fits all. I consume both cooked and raw. Beef tartare and a few other things, raw, some fermented. So, but that's me. It's not for everyone. Other people use other fermented stuff like dairy. I still use that as well. So, but that's me, as I said. People need to work out, but there's plenty of people that are not doing cooked meat like the Maasai all their life, and there are many centenarians amongst them, and they're also reproducing in their 70s. So I don't see a superior thing, since if you're eating enough meat, you should, and you're healthy, you've got healthy mitochondria and all that, should be producing enough taurine. It's usually when we're deranged, we've got a lot of fibrosis and all that. And at that stage, even the raw isn't going to cut it to deal with the fibrosis and all that. You'll need a supplement because you're a modern person with a lot of derangements. It's just the way it is. Anyway, and who else? What's that? G'day, mate. I think most people don't even read papers. They just look at the pretty graphs and skip the authors conclude and skip to the author's conclusion. Yeah, they do. Basically, that's all they do. It's pretty much the thing. Yeah, and when you do, sometimes you go back to the data and you realize it's the complete inverse relationship. And you go, your data's showing the complete inverse. It's just ridiculous sometimes. It's a bit like that where I scored that guy Ian, and in that meta-analysis, one of the high-quality studies was completely ignored by the people doing the meta-analysis, and it showed the complete inverse relationship, the one that was more experimental. Crazy stuff. And as far as the Bradford Hill criteria goes, when you show one inversion, anything that is causal must always associate and provide some level of statistical inference. That one didn't, that paper. And that paper basically destroys the endotoxemia and saturated fat. Because the moment you have an experimental showing the inverse, the opposite of that, it no longer fulfills the Bradford Hill criteria for epidemiology. And at that point, you cannot infer, forget about proving causality, you cannot even infer any causal relationship because it's just busted completely. It's ridiculous. Yes. It's funny, actually, sometimes. These people, how they clamor like mad. They don't understand that these simple truths. Yes. Funny as everything. What are you asking now? What about a pastoralist say to a modern Zoomer claiming milk is for baby cows? Humans don't need it. Don't bother with those people. Give up. Tell them to F off in whatever sense. Yeah. I've actually made a recent video on that, didn't I? I made a recent video about milk is for babies. That was the carnivore controversies. You should go and listen to that if you haven't, or anyone else that hasn't. Yep, he did. He definitely did. So he definitely did. Nah. This is just another thing. Oh, yeah, it's going to create oxalate and all that. Nah. Protein metabolism generates very little oxalate. Very little. It's a byproduct of metabolism. Irrelevant. It's the high oxalate foods. Once you get over 50 milligrams from the high oxalate foods, that's what's doing a lot of the damage. Okay. Oh, yes. Raw stem cell stuff. My grandmother went blind from it, and not my father and aunt have it. Went blind from it? I'm not sure what you're trying to say. All it does is actually cleave off a little protein, releases an adult stem cell. Where it goes, nobody knows. It usually goes to damaged tissue, but it can, if you've got multiple damaged tissue, you can still go blind. Let's say if you've got a heart problem or a brain problem, the body will prioritize those and not the eyes. So, yeah, that's the problem with stem cell products. You can't target unless you inject directly into that locality, and that sort of stem cell therapy, where they take your own adult stem cells, they cultivate them and produce them in a lab, and then inject them directly into those sites. And they don't all take. Some of them take, some of them don't, and it can cost thousands of dollars. That sort of stem cell therapy. It's very expensive. These sort of nutraceuticals that are basically forcing the release of your adult stem cells, if you've got other tissue which is going to be prioritized, you may have to take it longer and higher doses to try and release enough to go to all these different tissues. It's one of those things. It's not a perfect thing. People need to understand that. So it may help. Now, Bart only had damage in his eyes. He didn't have in his other body. He had less problems. So the body seemed to prioritize more his eyes and sort it out. So, yeah, it's one of those sort of things. I leave it for people to work out themselves what they want to do. That's their business. I don't sell any. I don't buy any. So it's people's business, that whatever they do. I've looked at the stuff. Maybe later on in future, I may buy it when I get older and I potentially need it. At the moment, I'm using taurine and other things like that. And I know taurine helps with stem cells in the brain, in the eyes, and stuff like that. And so the rest of the body, I try to keep low inflammatory and eat properly. So, but people can make their own choices. People have different levels of derangements or health issues and may need assistance. Now, if I was going back 12 years when I had my cardiovascular bypass surgery, at that time, I may have said, you know what? I'm going to take this product. I probably would have. Even now, I think with the current knowledge that I have, I would have. But after going right through using taurine, breaking down all my fibrosis, fixing up all these things, improving my blood perfusion with all these other things, it took longer, like a decade, but I ended up with the same results. Maybe I would have gone the other way because it would have been cheaper and quicker. Sort of, if you know what I mean. Anyway, thank you, Marcelo. Took me a while to get here. Thanks for the 10 euros. Appreciate it. Anyway, guys, I'm going to leave it there because I do need to get to bed. Oh shit. Oh well, it's gonna be it's gonna be an interesting morning if I wake up or not. Right, I just sleep right through the alarm. I probably will. Uh, where are you? I'll be getting one of those calls in the morning. I'm waiting for you. Get out of bed, you lazy. Yeah. Anyway, and the other expletives I'll probably get. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks for your support. Yeah, that's what he talks. Yeah, the supplement actually improved, prevented him from going blind. You're welcome. That's exactly right, Bruce Lee. Yes, thanks everybody for the likes as well. Tom, see you next time. You're late. Dusters for you, Tom. You'll have to go all the way back and start from the beginning. But it's good to have you here, mate. Thanks, Scotty, and thanks for putting up that video as well for the thyroid thing. Appreciate it. And I better get out of here and all that and get to bed. So anyway, just have to go for a leak and then off to bed. Harry on two times speed coming up for me. I know Necro Kinishi does like 2.5. I actually did it once. I actually put it to listen to myself 2.5 and I go, bloody hell. Because I can sometimes in some of my live streams I can speak a bit fast. And yeah, I know. So it was interesting. Well, as long as you find it entertaining. Who am I to say? I can barely handle 1.75. That's probably true. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Please hit the like button if you haven't. I think most of you have anyway, with the amount of likes that I'm just saying it for the ones that will watch after the fact in that regard. Thanks for your support. Thanks for all the interesting questions and stuff like that. For those who I haven't answered, I will answer through the week. Just put your comments, leave comments, and I will answer them. I usually get around probably tomorrow sometime. I'll answer a couple, and then through the week, the rest. So that's how it works. I'll be back at work on Wednesday, so 3-day week, going to be a short week. And I even finished the week with, I've taken all this time and I've still got practically, the full credit of additional flex time. So no, I should leave it for later on, later in the month. I'm not going to take it another day. My supervisor will go, my manager will go, what, another day? He'll give it to me if I ask, but anyway. But the way I usually build up, I'll do like 10 hours a day, and just, or 9.5 or whatever, and just build up, and then just take 2 or 3 days. And it's a nice break, I can say. So I've been doing that more recently. I think I'm getting away with it because I've been there for ages, and they probably need me to mentor people and pass on my knowledge before I retire. So they're not going to give me too much of a hard time. So I'm getting away with a bit more than I did in the past. Yeah, I probably do. Yeah, I do. To be honest, like an auctioneer. It's a nice one. I actually like that one. It is. Yeah, it is the Roy Show after all. Sounds right. Anyway, I better get out of here. Good night and good day. Enjoy yourselves, and I will see you guys in a fortnight's time. Because I'm going back to the fortnight thing. That's it. I'm out of here. See yous.